Hello, Namaste, Sat Sri Akal. Hearty welcoming you to the last day of this geeky and exciting journey of International Women's Day India 2022.
And here we are, celebrating the theme of this year's International Women's Day: progress, not perfection.
I am Varsha Jaiswal, leading GDG Jalandhar and working as a senior software engineer at Easy Eat AI. And I would like to thank you all for being such an astounding audience in this developers event. To co host the event today, I'm having Swati with me, who is an amazing soul I met recently. Over to you, Swati.
Thank you for the kind words, Varsha. Hi, everyone. My name is Swati. I've been part of this developer ecosystem for a very long time. I recently took over the GDG Cloud New Delhi as the organizer, and professionally, I work as a systems engineer at Cisco. So excited to have you all with us today and looking forward to unfolding all the amazing sessions by the talented speakers over the next few hours and so.
I believe that you enjoyed and learned in the previous talks on machine learning, leadership, work life balance, and many more. And today, we are going to witness some outstanding sessions by our super cool speakers.
But before kickstarting the event, I'd like to ask something to all of you. To all the audience, what's the one thing under the theme of this year's, which is progress, not perfection, would you be celebrating this year? I want everybody to quickly go and put out your responses in the chat window. We'll be calling out. And speaking about myself, I think it is to try to be a better version of myself, always looking out for new challenges that will make me do things that I've never done before, try to evolve, disrupt, and never be the same. Because I know for the fact that change is the only constant we will see. So let's embrace it beautifully. What's yours, Varsha?
That was really amazing, Swati. For me, it's about making sure that I'm putting in efforts to do things I'm passionate about. It's not only going to be perfect for sure, but in my mind, I would be constantly thinking that at least I tried and never say no to any opportunity. Say yes, do it, and then decide if it works for you or not. Let's continue making progress not just in technology but also in our personal lives. Moving forward, we are following the COVID guidelines, and that's why we are celebrating the day virtually altogether. However, the local chapters organizing physical events are taking care of every norms and practices to have a healthy event.
And also, I would like to draw your attention to the code of conduct. Please, please, please be respectful to one and another. Do share your concerns if you face or find anything offensive. We have zero tolerance policy and we will not entertain any type of harassment.
And let's be prepared and bring our whole to the event and make it great for all of us.
And talking about the expectations of the day, we will be having live quizzes after the sessions, along with some really cool swags for the winners. So please do check out for those.
And I'm really all geared up after listening to all this, Swati. Can we start the sessions with all the excitement to learn and explore something new today?
Yes, let's go for it. And with that, I would like to invite our very first speaker of the day, Monica Jethani, who is the Android lead and a Google developer expert for Kotlin. Here with us today to share her insights on public speaking and helping us to get ready for the same. So let's welcome her with a warm round of applause in the chat. Over to you, Monica.
Hello everyone, I'm Monica and I welcome you all to this session on getting started with conference speaking. So if you are someone who is confused about how to get started with conference speaking, don't know where to start and how to proceed further, then this is the right session for you. Agenda for today's session is Why should one speak at conferences? What is a conference talk all about? And how to get started with speaking at conferences. So, who am I? I am a software engineer in Android and India's first female Kotlin GDE. I have been a speaker at premier Android and Kotlin conferences like DroidCon Americas, DroidCon Berlin, Chicago Roboto 360 and Dev, DroidCon Asia Pacific, and DevFest India. So, before we start with the session, I would like you all to take a poll, which is, have you had an achievement in your life? Achievement can be anything like getting your first salary, getting your first job, getting a promotion, or getting to a different role which you always wanted to move to. So, for taking this poll, you can go to slido.com, type in the code 093854, and select yes or no depending upon whether you have had an achievement or not, or this the same question is posted in YouTube live also, so please vote in YouTube chat. So I'll given few seconds so that you all can vote. Okay, so most of you say yes, that is, you have had an achievement in your life. So that's really good. I'm pretty sure whatever you're calling as an achievement today might have been the difficult thing to achieve at one point of time. You would have faced a lot of obstacles in your path, and you would have almost come to a point of giving up. But then you would have mustered up courage and put in a lot of effort, and that is why this is now your achievement. So, with that sense of achievement, let us face our biggest fear, which is the imposter syndrome. So, imposter syndrome is when people self doubt their capabilities, and that is one of the reasons why people don't want to go in for conference speaking or public speaking. Believe me, all the speakers out here in this International Women's Day event, all of us are facing imposter syndrome. But by taking this initiative of continuously speaking, becoming a better speaker, we are able to just get over it. So if we can, so can you. So with that, let's proceed forward to conference speaking. Now, why should you go for conference speaking? So whenever you go for conference speaking, you cannot just go out in front of people and just say like this is your message in a sentence. You'll have to frame it out properly. You'll have to put in several illustrations. So when you go for conference speaking, you prepare yourself. You build your knowledge. You learn different things. You read out different things. You frame your presentation, and when you present out in front of people, whether it's a local crowd, an international crowd, few people, or hundreds or thousands of people, you build confidence. And public speaking or conference speaking in turn builds your presentation skills, your knowledge sharing skills, your storytelling skills, your thought leadership skills, because to present to a wider set of people who have diverse backgrounds, who have diverse opinions, you'll have to frame it in such a way so that you can put your point across. So now moving on to what further you build network when you speak at conferences. You build network with the organizers, you build network with the audience, you build your personal brand. Next, you contribute to the community. So as software developers, our day starts with googling whatever task we want to achieve, and we read some blog or see some video, and that helps us achieve our task. So someone out there has written those blogs, created those videos to help us. So similarly, if we take this attempt of sharing our knowledge to a wider audience, then in a way we are contributing to the community. And second, we are contributing to our own career. So if you speak at certain conferences and you mention it in your resume stands out of the crowd. I want to mention this, that I have come across couple of job descriptions of various companies where they have put this in their good to have section, that they would want the candidate to be active in various technical forums. So this is a technical forum where you can be very active, and this can also show that you actually have good technical skills. That is why you are able to put your point across, you are able to present new ideas. So this in a way helps you show that you are actually more focused towards your technology, your skill, your career. So next is how to get started with conferences. So first, conferences, they open call for proposals, and people who are interested, they submit those forms. It can be a Google form, or it can be on a conference aggregator like Sessionize. Second, after the deadline, after the CFP closes, the abstracts are reviewed by the conference committee. Committee can include some people from the developer community, some from the conference organizers side as well, and then the selected speakers are notified. Third is the selected speakers present at the conference. So what is a CFP? CFP, also known as call for proposals or call for papers, is when a conference basically opens up a form so that people who are interested in presenting can fill in the talk details they want to present at the conference. So I'll talk about the form and what all we need to fill in that form later in this session. So next is, how can you find a CFP? So you can find a CFP through three ways. One is through the community. So if you are part of in the Meetup app, you can see basically there are a lot of developer community groups. There are Google developer groups. So if you are part of these groups, in their meetups, they also announce the upcoming CFPs. So that is one way through which you can stay informed about CFPs opening up. Second is conferences Twitter page. So, if you know about some premier conferences in your own domain, you can go and follow them on Twitter. And whenever they open a CFP, and whenever the CFP deadline is near, then they do Twitter posts. So that is another way in which you can get notified of CFPs. Third is conference aggregators. So conference aggregators are websites which basically contain information about the conferences, and where the location is, when they are starting, when their CFP is due. So one such conference aggregator is CFP Land. So you can see this image from CFP Land where it shows different conferences, their location, their CFP's due date, the conference date. So similarly, we have another conference aggregator which is Sessionize, which also has a lot of conferences information, and through which you can submit CFPs to conferences as well. Next is, what are the different kinds of talks at a conference? So a conference can have different kind of talks. First, there can be tutorial or how to talks. So these talks are usually of 40 to 60 minutes, where they where you are told about a topic in depth. Second can be a panel discussion. Third type of talks can be keynotes. So keynotes happen at the beginning of the conference or beginning of each day of the conference. So the talk which happened just before this talk was a keynote talk. So in keynote talk, the speakers talk about like what the audiences can expect in the conference. Fourth type of talks are case study based talks, wherein people come and tell like how their product is solving a problem and how it is better than the other products. Fifth kind of talks can be workshops, which are usually long talks. They are 2 to 3 hours long. Then we can also have lightning talks at a conference, which are short talks like of 10 to 20 minutes. I'm pretty sure you would have come across some of these kinds of talks in the IWD India event as well. Now we'll move forward to how a CFP looks like. So here is a sample CFP form. Now this is from Sessionize. So in Sessionize, we get this opportunity to either submit a brand new session, or if you have submitted a session previously to another conference, you can even select that and just submit the same to this conference which you want to submit to. So you have this option, these two options which I was just talking about at the top, and then you can see that if you want to submit a brand new session, you will have to submit these fields. So first is the session title, which is a mandatory field. Then is a session description in short. So the description should be sufficient enough so that the organizers can understand what topic you'll cover, how much you'll cover in depth, what the audience can expect, and it should be precise enough so that it can be put on the website. Third is the session format. Session format can be basic, intermediate, advanced. You can choose based on like what you want to present on. See, conferences will have all kinds of sessions: basic, intermediate, advanced, introductory. Some sessions covering a topic in depth, a lot which is requiring a lot of research. So it's like conferences can have all kinds of sessions. So it's not a it's a basically a myth that only advanced level sessions would be accepted. So you can submit this based on the format you want to present for. And then we have the level. So okay, sorry, level is basic, intermediate, advanced, and session format is what I talked about earlier: lightning talk, or keynote, or a tutorial talk, or a workshop, or or a case study based talk, or a panel discussion. So you can select the available session formats which the conference wants speakers to adhere to. Then this there comes this field for tags. So in conferences which support multiple domains, like a Great Indian Developer Summit, where you have one day covering web, one day covering mobile, one day covering backend. So in those conferences, this tags plays an important role. So when the conference committee gets to see these tags, they can redirect your CFP to the appropriate reviewer for review. And this will also be useful for the audience to understand like what your session is about, and they can also accordingly decide to attend, or to attend another session happening at the same time. Next is, are you a first time speaker? You can select yes or no. Now there's no harm in selecting yes. Reason being, there are some conferences who are extremely kind enough to first time speakers that they allocate them mentors who can guide them in the speaking journey, who can help them with the presentation, the dry runs, and till the point they come on stage and present. Then we have this also field for, do you need travel reimbursement? This was a quite popular field in the pre-COVID era. Right now it is there in some conferences and not in some who are supporting virtually. Then you have to enter information about your work and your workplace. So this is how a sample CFP form looks like. So now how will you choose a topic? So you can choose a topic on based on something which is new. Like in Android 13 is coming, so that is new. So that can be one topic for an upcoming conference, or something that is popular. So Jetpack Compose is quite popular in Android world, so that can be one of the one of the topics for upcoming conference talk. Next, something which you want to learn and want others to learn. So if you are interested in learning, like suppose unit testing or CI/CD, and you also expect others to know it after a certain experience, then that is something which you can present on. Or it can be something which you recently discovered, like maybe a new way of doing things, or a new architecture which helped you solve a particular problem. A topic can also be something which you recently explored in the last 6 months to 1 year, or it can be your newly created library or plugin, or it can be something which you or your company does differently, or it can be a presentation that you did at your company. or it can be something that you most recently worked on, or it can be something which you learned from your hobby. So for example, if you build certain apps during the COVID time to help certain people, and that helped you learn a lot, that can be a topic for a conference talk. Next is how to choose a title. So title should be clear enough so that the organizers and audience can understand what will you cover in the session. So example of some clear titles are, let's get that page with paging 3. So I use this title in one of my talks which I gave at DroidCon Americas. So from the title it's pretty clear that this talk is going to be on paging 3 library. Next, Jetpack Compose for games and animations. This was given by Wajhat Kareem in one of the conferences. So again, from the title, it's pretty clear that this talk is going to be on Jetpack Compose and specifically for games and animations. Then, third kind of a sample title, Ask Googlers about Jetpack Compose, the panel discussion. So, this was given by Googlers in one of the DroidCons. So, again, from the title, it is pretty clear that this is going to be a panel discussion amongst Googlers where they are going to talk about Jetpack Compose. Next, title should be clear first and then it should be creative. So, examples of creative titles are Imperative is Dead, Long Live Declarative. So, this was given by Marco. So, again, from the title, it's pretty clear that this talk is going to be on a transition shift from imperative to declarative. But you see, there's also certain amount of creativity involved in like bringing up this title. Next is give rest a rest with GraphQL. This was a talk given by Acer in one of the DroidCon conferences. So again, you can see that the title is quite creative, but at the same time, it's clear. First, it's going to be on a transition shift from REST to GraphQL. So now we'll move on to the next section, which is writing an abstract. So how to write an abstract? So abstract is basically a sort of summary of basically three sections, which is the problem, how you have solved it, and the takeaways which the audience would get by attending your talk. So, and you should definitely mention what is in it for me from the audience's perspective, like what they are going to gain when they attend your talk. So now moving on to the next slide, which is a sample abstract. So here I'm going to show you a sample abstract which I submitted in one of the conferences. I submitted this in DroidCon Asia Pacific, and I also presented on the same in 360 and Dev. So I have put the same abstract, and now I'm going to show you about the three sections which I talked about earlier, how they are clearly put there in this abstract. So this talk was about an old mocking framework, Mockito, which we continue to use from Java to Kotlin, but in Kotlin it's not that effective. So it's about introduction to the new framework Mock-K, and how Mock-K helps us solve the problems which were there with Mockito, and what the audience can get from the talk, what all features of Mock-K am I planning to cover basically. So, in the first section, you can see in the first paragraph, I'm talking about the problem, how Mockito is a problem. Second paragraph, I'm talking about Mock-K. I'm introducing this framework. I'm telling that it has first class support for Kotlin, and it helps to overcome the limitations which were there in Mockito. So, in second paragraph, I'm talking about the solution. In the third paragraph, I'm talking about whatever stuff I'm going to cover about Mock in the session, and that is the takeaways which the audience can expect from the session. So next is parameters to score on. First is content. Content should be original. Content should be like, as I mentioned, can be new, trending, should be or it should be something like which is solving a problem, common developer problem. And then it is also evaluated based on popularity, like whether it is trending or the need of the hour. So naturally, if it's the need of the hour, it will gain popularity. Sorry, it will gain. It will get prioritized over the other things that is trending and all. Next is research. So research also shows like how much in depth are you planning to cover the topic. Like, will it be an introductory only talk, or will it be an in depth talk? And research plays a very important role in case study based talks. So as I mentioned earlier, that one of the session formats is case study based talks. So in case study based talks, we usually compare different solutions, or we compare different products. So in those kinds of talks, we want to see like how the comparison is done, on what aspects the comparison has been done. So that is something which comes in the research area. Next is how inclusive is your talk. So inclusivity means like how big an audience can your talk cater to. So for example, I'm giving this talk on IWD, and a women tech makers event. But this talk is catered for everyone, for anyone who basically wants to get started with conference speaking, or who is into conference speaking but is looking forward to improve. So had I given this talk in Grace Hopa celebration, where I'm 100% sure that the attendees are only women, in that case, I would have focused on multiple more things like specific to women. So that is because in that conference the audience is going to be only women. Here we can expect anyone, so here this is catered for everyone. So that is how this talk is inclusive. Next is what to put in your biography. So there is a section for biography in the CFP form. So in your biography, you should mention your profession, your skills, and your skills with respect to the talk you want to give. So, for example, earlier in this session, I mentioned that I have been a speaker at quite a number of Android Kotlin conferences. I am a Kotlin GDE. So I mentioned a couple of these things in my biography, and that is one way which in which the organizers can understand that yes, this person has an experience of giving talks at conferences. So this person can be the most promising person to carry to take this session, to deliver this session. So you should mention your skills in relation to the session you want to deliver, so that it is easy for the organizers to establish credibility between your skills and what you want to deliver. Another example which I can give is, suppose if you were supposed to give a talk on new hiring practices, then if you mention some your skills with respect to interviewing and your experience with respect to that, that would help a lot for the organizers to understand that yes, this can be a promising candidate to deliver this talk. Next is how to start with the talk preparation. So once your CFP is accepted, then you have a shorter time, or like max 1 to 2 months time for the talk preparation. Sometimes it is even shorter. So how can you get started with it? First is you should do your study, you should do your research, you should frame out like what all topics you want to cover in your talk, and what will be those like 3 to 5 sections which you plan to cover. Second is you should start laying out your presentation. You should lay out your intro slide, then about you, then the agenda, then cover those 3 to 5 sections which you talked about in the agenda, in the slides. Then list down the takeaways towards the end, and then have some time for Q&A. So intro about your slide is something which you can reuse across different presentations. Now, the tools which you can use for preparing slides can be Google Slides, or can be Microsoft PowerPoint, or can be Keynote on Mac. So, when you prepare your deliverables, please note slide is something which you should have, which you must have, unless it's a panel discussion. Next, demo project, link to slides and blog post are good to have. If you have them, well and good. Otherwise, if you have time constraints, then prepare your slides well. Okay, so this is specifically for newbie speakers. So if you want to prepare for your talk very well, or even for experienced people, so you can, if you have some time before the conference, like 1 to 2 months, you can submit your CFP to the to a local meetup group, and you can volunteer to present there. So I'm pretty sure that would help you a lot, because when you go and present there, you'll get to know, first of all, especially if you are a newbie, you'll get to know like what all questions can come up for your talk. You can prepare them well. The audience and organizers would also help you by giving feedback, so that you can improve on your talk, you can improve on your presentation skills or certain aspects of your talk. So if you incorporate all those feedback and work on those, then you will be like sure prepared for your conference presentation. And I can say that you will be doing very well there, because you already have had one proper talk given first. There are a couple of meetup groups also there, which like encourage people to come and speak up, so that they can help people in the conference speaking process. They can give them feedback, so that the people can volunteer to become speakers in meetups or conferences. So next is, what questions should you ask the organizers? So you should ask them, what time should you arrive? Now this is an important question even in virtual presentations, because before your slot you have some other things to do, like checking the setup for the one last time. Next is, can I check my setup? This is something which you should definitely do in virtual presentations. In in-person presentations, even if the setup is not working at last moment, you can use another laptop and you can deliver the presentation. But this is not the case with virtual presentations. So for remote presentations, this is something which you should check beforehand, definitely, at least one day before the conference. Next is, will there be any Q&A for your talk, and what will be the duration, so that while you rehearse and while you deliver, you keep that slot for Q&A. Next is, who can be your contact person for the conference. Next is, whether your talk will be recorded and shared later. So there might be couple of people who might come to you asking for a recording of the talk. So in that case, you should be knowing whether the talk was recorded, and you should be having a link handy to share it. Next is, what tools do you use for the conference and Q&A? Now, this is something which you should definitely ask, because different conferences in this virtual mode use different tools for the conference streaming and the Q&A. Like right now, this event is using StreamYard. There are DroidCons which I have given, where they use Zoom and they use Slido for Q&A. Similarly, Chicago Roboto uses a different process. GIDS, Great Indian Developer Summit, uses a different set of tools for conference and Q&A. So this is one question which you should definitely ask, and you should be ready with the tools, especially if you are going as a speaker. Next is, how to engage the audience. Now, engagement is an important thing, especially in virtual presentations. So, some tips and tricks to engage the audience. First is, the eye contact should be proper. Second, tone. Tone should be consistent and should match the content you want to deliver. So, eye contact and tone are the major things which as a speaker we should focus on in virtual presentations, because they help us hold on to the audience's attention till the end of the session. So if I just present this session and I keep looking here and there, people will run away. So that is why eye contact and tone is something which is important. Third, structure of the presentation is very important. You should know, like you should frame out the presentation in such a way that you cover the content properly, you are able to deliver the message clearly as you reach the end. And you should also include some visual elements like demos, videos. You should include some fun elements like polls, stories, So some of these elements like stories, polls is something which I started my presentation earlier with. So this is something which you can include to make your virtual presentations better. Next is don'ts for your presentation. So when you are going for a technical presentation, make sure code and images are not blurred like this one shown on the screen. Make sure the font size is not too small. Make sure you are not putting too much code on the slides, too much code as well as too much text on the slides. Next, tips for a good presentation. So some pro tips for a good presentation are communicate your message clearly. So the reason why APJ Abdul Kalam, PM Modi, Steve Jobs are good presenters because they are able to communicate the message clearly. Second is use visuals. Third is add fun elements like polls, adding stories. Fourth is quote sources. So if you have taken some image or if you have taken some idea from another presentation, be sure that you are quoting those so that you are giving credit to those people who have done this, who have given the idea or who have created such similar thing before. Next is tell the audience about the next steps. So, talking about the fun elements part, you would have noticed that when I started this session, I started with it with a poll of achievement. And then I spoke about the achievement, the obstacles, the roadblockers associated with it. And then I told you about the roadblocker in public speaking, which is the imposter syndrome. And then with that sense of achievement and positivity, I helped you understand that imposter syndrome is completely normal and each of us can overcome it. And then I started with the with conference speaking part, so that you people are clear and you people are able to relate and understand that despite having that fear, still I'm able to communicate you the benefits, the process, and motivate you to get started with conference speaking. So now another pro tip is whenever you are having code blocks in slides, make sure you are highlighting it. You can highlight it with a code highlighter, like I have tried to highlight the code here written on this slide with a code highlighter, which is slides code highlighter. Next is presentation styles. So there can be different presentation styles. You can choose storytelling. So storytelling is you start telling a story and then you link the dots with your presentation content, and that is what I initially did, as I earlier mentioned, starting with a poll, then starting with achievement, the story behind it, and then linking it, talking about roadblocks, linking it to roadblock in conference speaking or public speaking, and then driving your attention from roadblock with lots of motivation to public speaking or conference speaking. So next style of presentation is live coding, where you go on the stage and then you write the code. So live coding has its own pros and cons. It has its own like good and bad things. Good things are when you present on stage, audience is able to understand the flow, and they are able to understand the code as you write it. Bad things are that there can be some issues with respect to the internet or with respect to the build, and you even might forget some steps. So to avoid those, to get over the limitations of live coding, I have certain tips. So first, you should keep git branches for every step, so that in case if you forget, you can just go refer to git, pull that branch and showcase the code. Second is you can outline the steps as to do comments. So that is another way, like if there's a chance of you getting on stage and forgetting some steps, so if you have this second step handy, that is the steps as to do comments, you can simply go to your to do tab in Android Studio and see the steps, that is 1 2 3 4, and just then you can talk about them and uncomment the code and show it. Third is keep the app before and after build ready. So there can be a chance that you might not be your code or your build might take a lot of time, so you might not be able to install the build after your code change. So in that case, keeping the app before and after build comes quite handy. You can still show to the audience what was before and what is after the code change. And there can be certain cases where even the emulators might not work, or they might hang or crash. So to avoid that, you can have a recorded demo. You can either show a demo through your device, or you can keep a recorded demo. Next is whether your presentation should be scripted or not. So if you script your presentation, you follow the order, you follow the time. If you don't script your presentation, it's kind of impromptu. You make the content on the spot, you focus more on the audience, and it doesn't sound like a speech. Now, scripting or not scripting depends upon you. It depends upon your level of conference speaking. So, whether it's scripting or not, I would definitely recommend you doing some rehearsals before going to a conference and presenting there. So, number of rehearsals depends upon the stage at which you are in conference speaking. For newbie speakers, you would need it at least 3 times, and for experienced speakers it can be just once. And experienced speakers can have some key points and then not script the inner details and just prepare them on the spot. But for newbies, I would recommend scripting first and doing rehearsals. Now, one thing which would definitely help you in conference speaking is practicing. Practice, practice, practice. That is the only thing which can make you perfect. The more sessions you give, the more talks you give, that will only make you perfect. That will only help you overcome the imposter syndrome, overcome the stage fear, and make you more confident and make you a better speaker as well. So I would want to tell that I started my conference speaking journey 5 years back. I started with functional programming conference, and then slowly and steadily I decided to present in DroidCon. I decided to present in DevFest. I decided to present in DroidCons. Then I decided to present in good Android conferences like Chicago, Roboto. And I also decided to, and I also wanted basically to present the talk on Women's Day or similar such events, so that I can motivate people to go into conference speaking, not be scared of it, but learn and prepare themselves for conference speaking. So, with that in mind, I would also recommend you all to start planning your next speaking goal. So that is the end of the session. Thank you all for attending the session. I hope it has motivated you to get started with conference speaking. And I'm looking forward to seeing you all out there as speakers in the upcoming conferences. Thank you. We can start with the Q&A now. So I'll just wait a minute more to see if there are any questions. Okay, so there's one question. How do we differentiate our presentation from others? So, like there's no need to basically differentiate your presentation from others. Like, uh, basically, when you start working on the content, you will come up with you might be able to come up with some new ideas. So that is something which puts in your brand and your uniqueness there. And like it completely depends upon how your ideas, like how you want to frame the content, what all visuals you want. So that is how your presentation can be different from others, but I would rather say that that is a way in which how your presentation is more like you. um, uh, it shows your uniqueness, like in this presentation, like a couple of talks even I have attended earlier, which have motivated me for conference speaking. But in this presentation, my first idea was like achievement, and then talking about the obstacles, and then talking about imposter syndrome, which is another obstacle in conference speaking. So the idea depends upon you, so you have to think your idea, and you have to think how to make it unique, unique to your brand. And basically visuals also will depend upon you, so it depends on you, your ideas, your thought process. I would recommend you to take out some time to draft your presentation, draft your content, so that is how you can make your presentation more unique to yourself. And if you are at certain point of time, if there's some idea or some image which you have taken from somewhere, then obviously you it's a good practice to give credit. So I see another question there. uh, would you recommend using an inbuilt mic of laptop or an external one? Okay. So I'm using inbuilt mic of my laptop, which is my MacBook right now. I haven't tried using an external one, but there are certain like certain conferences where you are allowed to record the sessions. You can record and share, or they would be recording your session. So that time they might recommend you an external mic. That completely depends. But I feel that this inbuilt mic is also good, and I've seen most of the people go ahead with this. And I'm not sure about the second part of it, which is mic type, because I haven't used it. Okay, last question, sorry, third question is how to answer the audience's doubts effectively, confidently, and if we don't know the answer, how do we approach it? Okay, so first of all, you should stay calm in the Q&A section. And if you come across a question which you are not able to answer, like first try your best, or give your opinion about it. If still you are not able to answer, then you can clearly, if suppose it's about some say some technique or some approach which you are not aware of, you can tell that you are not aware of it right now, and you would explore it later. And also there are certain conferences, like if you are a newbie and you initially don't want to pick up the Q&A on you don't want to pick up the Q&A live, but you can pick up in the chat or somewhere. So some conferences even allow that flexibility to speakers. You can skip live Q&A and you can take it up on chat or something. But slowly and steadily, as you start answering the audience's questions, you will become more confident. So if you don't know, there's no harm in it. You can say you are not aware of it and you would explore it. So I think that time is up for the session, and we are done with most of the questions on the chat. So if there are any more questions, feel free to drop it on the chat and I'll answer those. Thank you all once again.
Wow, that was really amazing, right, Swati?
Totally agree with you, Varsha. I never thought call for papers would be so easy, and rocking on the stage sounds so amazing and exhilarating. I hope the audience took some good notes and they apply to speak at next year's International Women's Day event.
Exactly. I also found it like so amazing and helpful, and I'm really going to implement those points shared by Monica in while filling out next CFPs maybe. Um, Moving forward, I would like to ask one question to everyone joining us. What is the first thing which comes to your mind when you hear a word recipe? What about you, Swati?
Oh, can we please not talk about recipes? I'm fasting, it's Navratri. No, I'm kidding. The thing that comes to my mind is all the amazing, delicious food my mom cooks for me that I can't eat right now. How about yourself, Varsha?
It's the same. Like you just talked about amazing, delicious foods cooked by mom. Like, how can't it be mouth watering? But
Indeed.
but today it's going to mean something different. As we are ready to welcome the next speaker of the day, Pankaj, working as a senior tech consultant at Virtusa, and here with us to talk about lazy loading recipe. So over to you, Pankaj.
Hey, hi. Thanks, Vaisha, for the nice introduction. So, yeah, let's get back to the session. So in this session, we are going to look at what are the lazy loading recipes that are applicable in Angular. So, what I mean by that is, generally there are two strategies to load the application. One is eager way of loading the application. That means load everything at the beginning, and the next one is lazy. So lazily meaning, you would be loading the resources on demand. So before moving ahead, little bit about myself. So I am working as a senior technology consultant at Virtusa. I am MS MVP and Angular GDE. Also, I have a few open source, and also I'm a Stack Overflow top user. So if in case you want to follow me, you can use Pankaj Parker handle on GitHub or Twitter. So moving on to the next slide, getting back to the session. So when I say lazy loading, so in simple terms, what exactly it means? So let's look at that. So what exactly the lazy loading means is loading relevant resources on demand. Meaning, you will load the things whenever needed, and that saves so many things on the browser side. So we will look at the detailed stuff in later slides. So what are the things that we are going to see in this session? So first thing is lazy loading route, then how to dynamically load the component in Angular. Then this is something new, which is import plus scam, how to use this to dynamically load the components, and what could be the possible future of Angular in terms of lazy loading. So these four things we are going to evaluate one by one with code examples. So stay with me, and yeah, it will be exciting. So let's take an example of this simple application. And this is very simple application where by looking at navigation bar, we can see there could be four modules: dashboard, admin, product, and role. And obviously on the dashboard page, there are different reports that are being shown. So generally when it comes to application creation, you have to design or architect the application. And what you initially do is you try to bifurcate a functionality into sub modules and write a code in that way. So over here you can see, easily see there are 4 modules, and there could be more in terms of what inner functionality is. So when it comes to application architecture, the simplistic diagram may look like this. In Angular, there will be a app module. Then you will be creating separate sub module for each, the navigation bar module, like dashboard, admin, product, and roles. And what you will be doing is you will be importing this module into your main app module inside Angular. And that way the complete application will kick in and it will start. So how this will look in code. So, when it comes to routing, you have to pass some configuration, right? So the configuration will look something like this. In that, you will mention a path, and then if the path is matched in the URL, what component should be loaded. In case of dashboard, you will load a dashboard component. Same for roles component, and same way it will be for admin and product. Okay, and I told you, right? This there will be app module, and that will be importing all the sub modules. So this is a Angular way of writing ng module, and just concentrate on this line. Now here you are just importing all the 4 modules those were there. You have made sure that this submodule has a specific code to its module. So this way of saying in this way of loading the modules can be termed as an eagerly loaded module. What I mean by that is, when you load this application in browser, you will see all the code of all the submodules have been loaded initially only. And I could say that's not good way of architecting application, because when you are looking at a dashboard page, right? Why you want to load the code of admin, product, or roles? That isn't necessary, right? So to get rid of that approach, what you can do is, we can go for we can go for something called as lazy loading in Angular. So there's very small syntax change that you just have to do in terms of loading the module. What you will be doing is, initially we said when path is matched, the component will be loaded. Now you will have to say, I will load some children that will be accepting arrow function, and here I will be using import of JavaScript, and just pass on the path of your module. Okay, and just extract your module. And initially we did everything eagerly. Now we removed all the eager part from app module, and everything has been moved here. So same way applies for roles module, and then the for admin module and product module. And this is very small syntactical change that you can make and achieve the lazy loading part in Angular. So let's see how this looks like in demo. Okay, so let's switch here. This is the simple application that I have created. It has a dashboard page, admin, products, and roles page. Now let's focus on this network tab. When I reload the page, you will see that, let me clear everything and reload the page. Okay. When I reload the page, I can just see the JavaScript that have been loaded are this much, and where at the end it loaded dashboard module. Okay. And now I'm going to the admin module. And once I click that, after that only it is loading the code related to admin module, on demand, which is right now the 15 KB unminified. Same way for product. Let's see. Yeah, okay. It is also doing the same for product and roles. So, by doing the lazy loading on the module level, you make sure that you are saving some bytes to be transferred on the browser, and this saves the first loading time of your application. And this is really good win. We don't want unnecessary stuff to be loaded at the initial moment. So this is one of the good thing that you can do. So let's get back to the slide and let's see whether we can improve this more or not. So what we did right now is we have seen that we divided the application into 4 submodules, and now we went on the application module level lazy loading. Okay, that's good thing, right? So on based on a path, it will load the module. Otherwise, it won't. Nice. So what happens is, maybe what else I can think of is, suppose the roles module is huge. Huge meaning, it has 100 pages inside it, and that too of size maybe more than 1 MB. And generally people do visit roles page very frequently. I have seen, I mean, we got to know that by using analytics, by looking at analytics. And what was happening is, the user was logging in into the application, they were going to the dashboard page, and as soon as they go there, they were quickly clicking on the roles page, and that was taking more than 5 seconds, and that wasn't good, right? So in cases, there could be situation that you want everything else to be lazy loaded, but some things to be loaded eagerly. So is there any way to do that? So yeah, in Angular you can do that. So there is something called as custom preloading strategy. So what I mean by that is, you have to write one class in Angular which should implement preloading strategy interface, and which means a preload method you have to provide an implementation of. And this sounds pretty simple. What you did is, over here I'm going to pass in some data on route level configuration. So do you remember there were four modules? So right now I want to load the roles module preload. I mean, I want to preload the roles module. So I'm going to pass some data on route config level, which is preload true. If this appears, then only it should load that particular module, eagerly. And this is the code for that. So if data is there, then load that module, otherwise don't. Otherwise go for the lazy loading. So let's see if we can do this in a code quickly. So I'm going to copy this, and let's refresh it once and see what happens. So see, when I refresh, it loads the dashboard page. Sorry, let's go onto the dashboard and refresh it again. It shows the dashboard page with the dashboard module loaded, which is a splitted chunk of JS file. And when I go to the roles, then only it loads it. Okay, now let's make one change inside the code. So this is a code base, simple Angular, typical Angular application. It has admin, dashboard, product, and roles as a folder, as a module, and they are holding the code of the um, particular modules. So I'm going to add one line here. As I said, just going to uncomment that, and let's see. So let's refresh this page. Do you see what had happened? I have loaded the dashboard page, and as soon as it loaded, after that it also loaded the roles module. So when I moved on to the roles module, the module has already been loaded, and the navigation will happen faster than what expected. So Angular also had provided one of the technique to do a custom preload strategy, where few things can be eagerly loaded, but all other can be loaded lazily. So this is very good thing to use. Maybe you can also use inside your application. So next, to move on, we will look at a component level loading. So we were on, we did module level loading. Now we are going a little bit granular, So how to do a dynamic component loading in Angular? So suppose I have a button on my page, and I want to add or load a component dynamically. So how do I do that? So for that, I have used ng container div. Container ng container is kind of placeholder, which give a container reference to the Angular code. And what I did is, inside component.ts, we wrote this line, and this gave a reference of the view container ref of this particular placeholder div. And we what should happen is, on the click of that button, we will be adding a component inside the placeholder. So to do that, the way we had written the implementation is, initially we will be clearing up the container, so that if multiple times things got clicked, it should clear the container. And next thing is, inside that container, call a create component method, and pass on the object of your bar chart component. and that's it. It will make sure that Angular will take care of rendering that component content inside your DOM. So let's look at an example. So I have added a show bar chart component button as I have shown in the slide. Once you click on that, it load the component. Okay, and that works pretty smooth. Okay, so this was a dynamic component loading. Let's make it more interesting. This is a dynamic component loading, but this does not involve anything about lazy loading. So can we introduce the lazy loading part here? So yes, we can try that. So for trying that, what I did is I have one weather forecast widget, which something look like this. You can find a source below. And what I'm going to do is, this is a completely different project. You know, I just copied the code, the main component of this project, and pasted inside my code. I will show you at the end of the demo. I mean, at the end, which is a demo. So what I want to do is, I want to render this weather forecast widget component on dashboard page. Okay, and that too lazily, meaning I want to load it when user click on a particular button. Yeah. So to do that, we will be following something called as import plus scam. Okay. So now you must be confused with these two words in Angular terms. So import is nothing but, just think about the import of JavaScript, the import function to load a JavaScript file or whatnot. And scam is a short form of single component Angular module. So this is a standard where what you do is, you create one Angular component, one Angular module for each component. So there will be a single component and a module associated with it. So you shouldn't be mentioning more than one component for inside a single module. Okay. So by doing this technique, you can achieve this behavior. So the component is very simple Angular component. I'm not going into the depth of this, how it has been written. Same way, I have created one weather forecast module for the component, and also I have created one barrel entry where I am exporting and importing something. And what should happen is, we will be loading this same weather widget dynamically. Why the reason I thought about loading it dynamically? The weather widget actually cost around, in compressed world, it is more than 100 kb. The application itself of 100 kb, and that's where we can save some bytes, right? So let's see. So suppose there is a button, and on click of that button, we supposed to load a widget or a weather component lazily. So how to do that? So by using view child, we can get a reference of a ng container, and then as soon as you click on a button, load weather widget method will call, and on this line, it will try to import a weather forecast widget from a path, you know, and then from there we get the weather dashboard component. Okay, and that's it. As soon as we got the reference of weather component, we just have to call the same method, this dot container create component. And it gives a reference, so you can just play around with its input properties. Angular component have input and output properties, right? So you can play around with them. So let's see everything in action, so that we all will be on same page. So let's look at in code terms first. So let me show you a component called a dashboard component. Okay, and this has a method, this one, right? So let's write a similar code. So this dot container dot clear, and inside a create component, I will be I will be calling what? I will be importing a component from which path? From a path of weather forecast, right? And then once it resolved, we can call a weather component method of it, right? So I want to wait it until it resolves that promise. If you look at this particular code, I will show you there is a weather forecast code. It all has all the components or the code that is related to that weather forecast application. If you look at its module, it's pretty simple: importing some material module and using them. And index.ts file is basically exposing a, a component file which we are going to consume, which is here. And let's see what happens when I do this. I changed. Uh, I also have to add a button on UI, which is this one. Just adding behind, adding just below the first button. Okay, save it and see what happens. Okay, so we can see two buttons, right? So see, on click of show bar chart, nothing happens in the console, but when we do click on show weather component, see, there is one JavaScript file loaded on demand whenever we clicked on a particular component, and that too of 1.8 MB size. In compress, when you compress it, it becomes low, but in this case it makes sense. If you want to load a chat widget or something similar to this, feedback widget or something similar to this way does really shine. So yeah, this way you can go more granular and do things. So let's get back to the slides. And also we can also modify the input properties as I shown you. Now what we did is, initially we were going on the module level. Now we went on the component level, which are the component present inside a particular submodule. So this way, this way we are moving in more granular level. And there is coming to the last point, which is I told you, future of Angular. So there is something called as standalone components that is coming soon. I mean, I cannot really say when it can be, maybe V14 or V15, but recently the RFC has been passed, and now team is evaluating further to get this standalone component feature into the action. So what exactly the standalone component means? What it means is, right now if you create any component, you cannot use it directly inside Angular current framework. It requires a module, ng module associated with it. But after this particular feature will comes in, you don't have to create an Angular ng module. You can just create a standalone component, and that's it. you know so what will happen in that case? In that case, whatever the imports and all those things were needed for your component to be loaded, those all will go inside your component imports metadata. And that's it, you are done. You just have to make sure that the modules should be here, and all the other standalone components that you were using, that should be here. And also, it will look pretty good in terms of saying how it will look like in routing. So in routing also, you will see that, if I want to load this weather forecast component on different route called as weather forecast, what I just have to do is, I have to call a load component method. Initially we were calling load children. Now I will call load component method, and just write the import syntax. That's it. And that will make sure everything will be loaded into the browser whenever needed. And this when let me put some light on the standalone component. So in future, Angular may look little different. There will be two ways, or maybe the ng model way can be deprecated, not sure completely, but the standalone way can really helps to improvise, or simplify the path toward Angular learning. The other libraries or framework component can look similar to the Angular component now, because now it's standalone, right? You don't have to learn why you should be writing ng module and all those things. So this is what the future about the lazy loading. It is going to be pretty interesting, maybe in next couple of after V14 or V15 maybe. So yeah, that's what about the lazy loading. I mean, it's a perf benefit. You can use it, and you can always see some things that will solve your problem. And yeah, that's it. So I think if you have any questions to ask, so feel free to ask. Okay, there is a question. Thanks, Pankaj, for the very useful recipes. Are there any situation where lazy loading is not recommended? Um, I don't see a particular situation where lazy loading is not recommended. But I can tell you, like I gave you one example where I use custom preloading strategy, and the scenarios could be of that custom preloading strategy is, suppose you are having I said, like a big module which has hundreds of pages, okay, or maybe somewhere around that. And most frequently your system users are visiting that page only, okay, like 80% of user, once they log in, they move on to that page. And if you apply a lazy loading for that particular module, what happens is it would take, based on the size, maybe it and network speed, it may take more than 5 seconds, or around 10 seconds. And so that's not good, right, in terms of keep your user waiting. So in those cases I would recommend to use eager loading for those kind of things specifically. And that's where you can use the feature of custom preloading strategy. I hope you got the answer. I think I have all so okay. Are there any disadvantages of using lazy loading? I won't say there are any disadvantages of using lazy loading, but um, it depends. I could say whether to use it or not, and you have to decide based on so one of the what I can say, one of the flaw, or one of the bottleneck problem maybe, if you are using lazy loading, what is the size of your module? If it's used and you are loading it lazily, it may take a time, right? So if it is taking time, then you have to think, is it worth to let user wait for loading that, or should we do something else to preload it or prefetch it? So that's the only thing, that thing you should be going with, maybe analytical way, to see what users exactly doing. But yeah, I don't see any disadvantages, but you have to use this lazy loading feature wisely. You shouldn't be applying lazy loading for everything, but you should use it as a feature wherever it applies, then only you should be applying. Okay, I think so. I'm over time, I think. And thanks for listening to me, and thanks for inviting me. Yeah, if you have any further question, you can add into the YouTube chat. I will answer there. Thank you.
I never thought that we would be required to import scam. But jokes apart, it was a really insightful session. Thank you, Pankaj. And now I'm thinking probably it's a time to engage with audience. What do you say, Varsha?
Okay, so do you mean we should have some icebreakers now to have some fun?
Why not? Of course.
So, in that case, the next session is the icebreakers by Aryendra and Vanshita, who are going to conduct a super fun session for all of us connected here today.
That seemed exciting. I'm hyped, and I know y'all are too. So, without any further ado, let's welcome Arendra and Vanshita, the organizers of GDG Noida. And let's enjoy the next few minutes with our audience. Over to you, Arendra and Vanshita.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Varsha and Swati, for inviting us over the stage. We welcome you all once again to the day two of International Women's Day 2022 India version. So, moving ahead, as we had a very tiring day from hardly few sessions, but yes, we have another break for you all, which is an icebreaker activity we have planned for you all. Hi, I'm Ariendra Singh. Vanchita, I
Uh,
guess.
Hi, I'm Vanchita Singh.
We both the organizers of GG Noida, and we welcome you all once again over here. So, without any time breakage, let's begin with the icebreaker activity. Sure, Vanchita?
Yeah, sure. Let's move ahead.
Okay.
So, points to note: the Slido link will be shared, and please use your laptop or mobile to log on to the Slido and attend the quiz. This will be for your convenience only. When logging into your Slido, please use your name and email ID. This will help us to track your details to distribute the goodies if you manage to get one. You have a time limit to answer each question, and that is 20 seconds. So please be quick. And also, have fun, of course, while going through the quiz. Yeah. So let's jump onto the quiz.
So I'm very excited to have you all for this activity. And just in case you all forget, we have super amazing goodies for the winners of this quiz. So please join and participate as actively as you can. So without any delay, let's start with today's favorite session, Slido quiz for International Women's Day, India. To join the quiz, you will be needing to log into slido.com through your laptop, preferably, and join the quiz using the code 210050.
Or you can scan the QR code present on the screen with your mobile devices to log into the quiz, and you can see your name here. And please, I'm reminding you again, you please use your genuine name.
I see a lot of people joining in.
Already 20 to go.
There has been a lot of excitement for the Slido quiz always. We have done a lot of Slido quizzes through past events, and we have continuously seen an amazing response over the audience, and that's the reason we are continuing it, and we are actually loving it, right, Vanchita?
Yeah, I guess this icebreaker sessions is just it's a breakthrough from for the audience to get into like interaction with the host and the like other people and just gets into some competitive to get the answers correct. So
Yeah,
that's
it also gives all the attendees a fair chance to win some really cool goodies,
yeah,
some WTM branded goodies.
yeah, I guess. So yeah, 50 already. Guys, hurry up. We got a good number. I guess 60. Let's make it let's even like if we can make it to 100 century.
Let's wait for a couple of minutes and let's see who all else can join us.
Yeah.
Just in case you still have missed us, you can join us through your laptops or mobile phones to slido.com and directly put in the code 210050, or you can directly scan the QR code given on the screen.
I guess the number is on hold right now.
So we'll wait for around 15 more seconds.
10.
Cool,
Yeah,
Vanchita?
yeah.
Okay. Folks, hurry up.
Okay, so we are going for a countdown of 10. Okay, so you only have 10 seconds to join in. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. We have guys. 5, 4, 3. I'm going slow. You know that. 2, 1, and jump in the quiz.
And that's it, folks. So here comes our first question for the day. Who has been nicknamed the mother of internet? Option A, Rita Faria. Option B, Radia Perlman. Option C, Jess Wade. Option D, Elizabeth Blackburn. Who has been
Nice
named the
question.
mother of internet?
Yeah. I don't have any idea about this.
This definitely the tricky one. So we have 60% answers for Radia Perlman. Let's see which was the right answer. Whoa. Radia Perlman was the right answer. Moving ahead to the next question.
Who is the founder of Girls Who Code? First option, Reshma Saujani, Miss Snehlen, Annie Harris, Parvi Nair. I mean, don't you think that you have heard this name quite often? Girls Who Code?
I've been very familiar on LinkedIn and have saw this name too many times.
Yeah, I even. Okay, we have the poll as also. So 71% of the audience have given the vote to Reshma Saujani. I hope that you all are correct. Let's see.
Let's and
Great.
woo.
So our audience is brilliant. They are correct. Of course. Yep. Always. So yeah. Moving on
Moving
to the
ahead to
next.
the next question. I Am Remarkable is a flagship initiative by which tech company? Vanchita, any guess?
I have attended many of this event. Many of the events of Amazon Marketing and
I think you're responsible for conducting one as well.
yeah. But yeah, I
That's a
was
big
really
hint,
going.
anyways. So that's it. 83% for Google. Let's see what was the right answer. And yes, so I Am Remarkable workshops were one of the flagship events and sessions by women tech makers, and all the women tech makers ambassador took the initiative to facilitate all over the world.
I
So
zipped up my
that's
mouth for this
definitely
one.
from Google developers.
Yeah.
Moving ahead to the next question. Who wrote the famous Harry Potter series?
Rick Riordan, Stephanie Meyer, J.K. Rowling, Veronica Roth. Harry Potter
I
is
guess
one
many
of the
of you have.
magic and yeah,
Yep.
things that we used to see. J.K.
She
Rowling for the maximum of
this this
19.
this has to get the highest answer percentage.
Yeah.
And yep, J.K. Rowling was the right answer. Moving ahead,
She is the brains behind this Noida-based startup that developed biodegradable bottles as an alternative to plastic bottles. Option 1, Samiksha Ganewal, Indra Nui, Priya Paul, Vandana Luthra. As of course we are the Noida people, so we has to get the question for Noida. So yeah, here it is.
yeah. So
And
Samisha Ganilwal has got 75% votes.
yeah, and let's see if the audience is correct. Ooh,
Ooh.
people know pretty much about Noida. Yeah, I see. Will be fun having you.
So moving ahead to the next question. In 2013, Brenda Chapman became the first woman to win an Oscar for Best Animated Feature. Which film did she co-direct? This indeed is a difficult and a tricky one.
Yeah, I guess. I even don't know.
Toy Story,
You just said
Brave, and Education, or none of the above. Let's see what the audience says. Nice. So Brave has got the highest percentage, 69%. Let's see what was the right answer. Ooh, Brave was the right answer. Kudos to everyone who have voted it right. I'm very
I'm so
sorry for
sorry.
the ones who have confused it with Toy Story.
I say that the audience is brilliant. It's like they always have the correct. But yeah, moving to the next.
Yep.
In 1903, Marie Curie was the first woman awarded a Nobel Prize for her incredible work in what? Nobel Peace, Art, Physics, or Radiation. Okay, this got me reminded to physics and radiation is
I
what we
know
got
the
me
answer because
reminded of that
I have read in
correct
my board
answer.
exams very well.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Okay. You
And
need
that's
to.
a tough fight.
I guess we gave the
So
clue.
let's see what was the right answer. So radiation was the exact specific answer for this one. This was once again a tricky one. Kudos
Yeah.
to those 30% who got it right. Moving to the next question, from which year the United Nations gave official sanction to International Women's Day and started celebrating it? 1975, 1913, 1974, and 1916. 20 seconds passed by too fast.
Yeah.
So
Actually.
most of them have answered 1975 as the correct answer. Let's see, Vanshita, what the right answer is.
I really want to know when this good day has been sanctioned by the United Nations. Okay, 1975. Got it.
So 1975 was the right answer. Congratulations,
Yeah.
everyone. Moving to the
Next
next
question.
question.
In some regions, on the Women's Day celebrated wearing the ribbons of which color? Blue, pink, purple, red. Okay, so we
This
have the
is
ribbon.
again a tricky one, but an easy one.
Next time, if we are planning to conduct the Women's Day offline, we will surely be like having these ribbons with us.
Right.
Okay, purple. Is this like
So
our audience favorite color, or they are like just having the knowledge about it? I guess let's see whether they are correct or not.
I guess they have related very well to our brand guidelines as well.
Uh,
So
Quite a
moving
point.
ahead, purple was the right answer. Kudos to ones who have got it right. Next
And they
question.
could you call
Which
all
famous
audience?
actress
Yeah, yeah, continue.
Yeah. Which famous actress recently started the He for She UN campaign for gender equality in 2014? Emma Stone, Gal Gadot, Emma Watson, and Kristen Stewart. She is very
Okay.
famous, I guess.
Yes.
So the right answer for the question is Emma Watson, of course. She started this campaign in 2014. For those who got it wrong, you may go and read about it. It was a really good, amazing campaign. So let's see who have been on the leaderboard.
Palak Sharma, a woman, yes. And second, Krishna Kandekar. Third, Kashish Agrawal. Fourth, Kashish Raizada. Fifth, Sanjay Bhagat. Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations, all the folks who have done the quiz really well. We
Yeah.
once again congratulate you guys, you all. So, thanking you all. We are done with the icebreaker activity and handing over the stage to Varsha and Swati once again. Until then, bye bye.
Bye bye.
Wow, that was fun and tricky. Like I was wrong third time, three times. Like my three questions were wrong, and but yeah, I'm all recharged now. What about you, Swati?
I think I needed this after a good lunch, Navratri lunch, be very specific. But I guess it's time to check out the upcoming sessions of the day. And you know, Varsha, why is the next talk exciting for me?
Let me guess, because it's we are going to learn something new about Flutter.
Exactly. But it's not just Flutter, it's the integration of Google AdMob with Flutter, which is something really new I'm going to be learning today.
Okay, so let's welcome this speaker without any delay. Welcoming Hema Sai Charan, who is leading the mobile dev team at Napsus Technologies to give us more information about the same. Along with this, I'd also like to say thank you to all of you for listening to me and Swati hosting the event so far and passing the mic to the new host of the day afterwards. Bye everyone, it was really amazing.
Like Varsha said, it was a pleasure to get to spend a few hours with you all. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the day, learned something new, and come back again to be a part of this dynamic, vibrant, and inclusive community. Till we meet again, let's stay connected on socials, tag us on your post, and let's keep the conversation going. Over to you, Sai.
For this great opportunity, and it's really exciting for me to talk about Flutter with the Google AdMob integration. And coming to myself, I'm working as a mobile dev lead at Napsus Technologies, and I've been started my career as a Android developer and later switched to Flutter. So without further delay, let's start with the Flutter. So, so what is Flutter? So more number of people is having this kind of serious question when they strike when this word Flutter strike in their mind. They used to search in Google and they used to face so many different meanings for it to understand and to know more about this. So let's see what it was and how it come into the developers world and how it is really helping us. So is this a UI toolkit or another cross-platform development or another mobile SDK? So it's really confusing the developers when it was called with many names. Seriously, right? So this was my expression when I had faced this Flutter uh, at the beginning of my career in this app work. So let's start the journey of Flutter. So how it starts, where it come from, and when it was released in our industry, and how the journey was going. So Flutter was initially released in 2017 in the May, and later Hamilton app was released in August 2017, and the first beta version has been released in March 2018, and the first stable version was released for the developers in 2018 at Google I/O, where developers can able to build their production level applications or they can easily transform their existing products with the help of Flutter. So we have so many versions and so many new features have been introduced with the recent Flutter releases. So the current version which we have is 2.10.4, which comes with desktop support for Windows. So we can release production level apps for Windows platform. So let's check how many operating systems that can support for the Flutter development. So we have plenty of options like we have Windows, Mac OS, Linux, and Chrome operating systems. So why we have four different choices to build the applications for different platforms because it gives us flexibility and freedom to choose their own operating system for the developers instead of sticking it to only one operating system, which can be cost-cutting for the efforts. So let's deep dive into some kind of madness, but it's not an psychological madness. So then what it is? It's the app development. So in the mobile app development, we have three stages which we could consider. So one is a native approach, which was platform dependent. So where we can target only native Android or iOS. So which is handling, which is mainly focused on single platform. And coming to the second option is a hybrid platform, where it is having the full capability for multiple platforms like Android, iOS, web. and the HTML is having partial capability but used very rarely. So let's see what kind of native choices we have and why we are switching from native development to the hybrid. So we have native Android for the platform dependent and more number of users all over the world is using Android devices. So why Android is having two programming languages now? So when it comes to developing any applications with any framework, so we need a mediator, a bridge to communicate with the framework. So we need a programming language. So initially, developers used to work with Java programming language and then switch it to Kotlin. So why because? So in simple terms, we have four things to consider to choose Kotlin or Java. So expressive responses and safer code and interoperable and structured components. Because instead of writing more number of boilerplate code, we can do more with less coding using Kotlin. And you can express your ideas and reduce the amount of boilerplate code. And nearly 80% professional developers who use Kotlin say Kotlin has increased their productivity. And safer code, where Kotlin has many language features to help you avoid common programming mistakes such as null pointer exception. So this is one of the dangerous exceptions that every developer used to face in their lifetime. And Android apps can contain which contain Kotlin code having less than 10% applications are likely to crash. And we can easily communicate from Java to Kotlin and Kotlin to Java with the help of interoperability. As Kotlin is also running on Java virtual machine itself, so it's really useful and easy to integrate and easy to work with Kotlin instead of Java. And for the concurrency part, so Kotlin comes with a coroutines option, which is a pretty good feature and which makes asynchronous code as easy to work with as blocking code. So coroutines dramatically simplify the background task management for everything from network calls to accessing local data or doing the uh, large number of calculations in the background with effortless coding. So what kind of Android versions that we have? So from Cupcake to Android 12, we can have plenty of versions having more number of features. So some limitations and restrictions that happen from Android over here for the sake of user security. So let's take a look at native iOS. So for the iOS, we have again two options: Objective C and Swift. So where iOS has been choose Objective-C as its main language to develop the applications, then why it has shifted to Swift? Because with the help of Swift, we can compile and fix the errors while writing the code, which is not at all possible with Objective-C. As a result, Swift works better and faster to Objective-C. And when it comes to bug testing, all this given reason to consider Swift as a safe and secure programming language. So now we finished native approaches of Android and iOS. Let's talk about hybrid platforms. So we have multi of flavors and multi of frameworks with different choices. So we have start with Corona SDK with two jQuery mobile. We have Xamarin, PhoneGap, and Cordova, React Native Synthetic. So many options. Now, Flutter comes into this hybrid framework, but how Flutter is completely unique from these existing hybrid frameworks. So now this is a million-dollar question. Why we have to choose Flutter instead of all these? So now we are going to explore about Flutter and its programming language. So as I said earlier, to learn and to explore a framework, we need a programming language. So for this Flutter, we have a programming language called Dart. So let's deep dive into the Dart programming language. So again, we have a question. What is Dart? So where we can choose the past, present, and the future of the app development with Dart. and then effortless career. So, so Dart is a programming language which was designed for client optimized, and it was developed to build applications for web, mobile, and desktop apps as well. So it was developed by Google, which can be used to build server and desktop applications. As it was an object-oriented language with a C style syntax, so that can compile your code to either native code or a JavaScript style. And it is support interfaces, makes sense, generates, and so many high-level stuff. So why that? Why only that? Because Flutter is having a feature called hot reload. So what is this hot reload and how it works? So hot reload works by injecting the updated source code files into running Dart virtual machine, because to run our program into a machine understandable language, so we need a virtual machine. So for this Dart programming language, we have Dart virtual machine. So after the VM updates classes with its new version of fields and functions, the Flutter framework automatically rebuilds the widget tree and allows you to quickly view the effects of your changes. So every programming language is having a concept called threads. So let's explore about the threads part in Flutter. So how many threads in Dart? So it is just having a single thread. So in one sentence, we could say like Dart is a single-threaded programming concept. So how we can able to achieve a multitasking or an asynchronous way of stuff. So here we have to remember two things. One is isolates and another one is the future. So Dart is having an isolates called so when we are executing and when we create a function which is going to be a single threaded, but it is capable of doing the multi-threading stuff using isolates. So in other terms, we can consider this isolates as a mini process. So future. So future is a result which is returned when the Dart has finished an asynchronous work. So the work is generally done in that single thread itself. So it is simple to understand, but it will take time in programmatic terms. So how to run a thread asynchronously? So we have a concept called async and await. So with the help of future async await, we can do this multi-thread task. So async doesn't run the multi-threading, but it means the code is not run at the same time. So usually asynchronous just means it is scheduled to be run on the same thread, like SLA, after other tasks have finished. So dot isn't actually a single threaded concept, but you can create another thread by creating another isolate. However, within an isolate, the Dart code runs on a single thread and separates isolates so you don't share memory. So usually in Java, when we create a thread or any thread, so usually it will share the memory between the threads. So here, every isolate having its own memory and they won't communicate with each other. And a future says that a value will be returned at some point of time in the future. So it doesn't say which thread the work is done. So most of the features are done on the current isolate. So how much fast when it compared to other programming languages or the frameworks when it comes to the Flutter? So Flutter provides 60 frames per second performance or 120 FPS on device capable of 120 Hz of bits. If the device is having the capability of more than 120 Hz, and you can expect more than 120 frames per second. So the basic fundamental of this Flutter hot reload is it will provide you the 60 frames per second, which is the minimum performance, and you can expect more. It depends on the device capability. So what is great about Flutter? So why we have to treat this Flutter greatness? So because of this portability, and we have strong developer community across the world, and the good documentation, and we can expect the great support from the dev communities. and performance wise, testing wise, and you can build in the complex apps with ease of use coding and the portability and the dark language tool. The beauty is about the dark language tool. So the dark language tool comes with plenty of features where you can examine the code and you can see the performance and you can debug so many things easily. And the beauty of the package ecosystem, it is being updated every day with the open source contributors across the world. So let's learn few things about Flutter. So what's inside of Flutter, which is widgets. So every framework or every programming language having its own terminology to understand components or the APIs or any high-level terms. But in Flutter, everything is a widget. So why we are talking about it as a widget? Because Flutter is a UI toolkit or an SDK which helps us to build the mobile applications or even the desktop apps. So why this terminology of widget come into the exist? Because of its flexibility to build any applications in less time. So let's talk about two parent level widgets which can be used everywhere in our daily life. So one is a stateless widget. So what is a stateless widget? So I have an example here. So I have two action figures. So which doesn't react for anything or which cannot able to transform their states or cannot able to react or they cannot able to move from one place to another. Why? Because it doesn't have any states. So once we build a particular thing, we cannot able to change anything for this at the runtime. So in order to do that, we need to have another parent, which is called a state variable. So what it will do? So it will do all the full of actions. So it comes with a lot of great features and the flexibility and um, uh, an option where we can translate the data and you can change update the data and you can do any task or do any actions in the runtime. So because of its full of states. So only difference between the stateless and a stateful widget is stateful widget is helpful for us to design the theme, design the UI. But for the stateful widget, if you want to move from one screen to another, or if you want to increase the counter value, or if you want to download some data from the server, or if you want to access the database or some stuff. So for all these things, your application is going to be updated with the new changes. So in order to update a new change for your application, we need a widget, a class which can perform the actions. So that's where we use a stateful widget. So now we are going to explore two basic widgets to build all these beautiful applications. So one is a scaffold widget. So here we have a perfect example to understand a scaffold widget. So on the right side of the screen, we have a Big Ben clock, which is under renovation. So if you can keenly observe the image, we have a frame which holding the complete structure, which can help the workers to get it renovate and do some job towards that Big Ben clock. So why we have this frame? Because they need to do the modifications for it. So in order to hold an object, so we need a frame, so which is called a scaffold. So scaffold is coming up with so many options like we have app bar and we have the body content and we have the floating action button. We can add the navigation bar. We can add bottom navigation bar. Plenty of things are there with the scaffold. So scaffold is a general widget where we use everywhere in our application in order to apply all these minimal things. So let's talk about this wrap. So what is a wrap? So wrap is not like a tortilla or thing where we eat. So wrap is helps us to avoid the exposing the product or child items from the given space. So if we are creating a horizontal content, So it will be spill over the screen available way. So in order to avoid that situation, we just used to wrap the whole data as a child of items with the wrap widget. So this will help us to keep our data in a visible limits. So we just talk many things about Flutter and the dark programming language and these things. So now let's check about the Google Ad Mob. So what is a Google Ad Mob? So why it comes into the picture? So because we just want to build an application and we just need to generate some revenue from the apps. So in order to generate the revenue from the application, so we just need to promote some advertisements on our application about various goods or various products. So how to do that? So there is a golden rule which I have prepared for PWs. So let's talk about that. So what it does. So what, where, and why. So let's discuss about this. So what is a Google Ad Mob used for? So Google Ad Mob is a free platform that gives you a way to earn money by displaying targeted ads alongside with your ad content. So we are not going to uh, distract the user, but along with our application content, we can promote products and some business related advertisements. So you can show relevant and engaging ads to your app users and even customize the look and feel of ads to match your application. So how does Google AdMob work? So AdMob works by matching ads to your app based on criteria which you set. So the ads are created and paid by advertisers who want to promote their products. Since these advertisers pay different prices for different ads, so the amount will vary. So who decides uh, the ads, which what kind of advertisements to show in my application? So AdMob uses an ad auction to automatically match and select the ads on your mobile app from all the available ad sources. So generally, the highest performing ads will be shown in your application. And if you want to control what appears in your app, you can do that. You can block the ads from certain advertisers and categories from the AdMob or developer console. So why AdMob only? Because it comes with a lot of lots of features like we can access to the Google Ads and you can have the performance tools where you can see the personalized reports and dashboards where you will be understand your ad performance and identify opportunities for growth. And you can change the look and feel of your ads to fit your app and specify where you want to show the ads to appear. And where to use these Google Apps. So we have multiple choice and multiple places to present these advertisements. So we have websites and we have the mobile apps and possible digital media like YouTube, play music apps, and we have the game applications to present the advertisements. So how many types of advertisements that we have and which one do we need to pick? For what purpose do we need to use these advertisements? So in technical terms, we used to call it as ad units. So let's talk about the ad units. So here we have total 6 different choices, and we are going to explore 3 options out of all 6. So now we are going to discuss about the banner ad, industrial ad, and the rewarded ad. So the banner ad comes with predefined sizes, and you can override the size as well with your uh, specific height and width of your banner in your mobile app. And the interstitial ad is a full screen advertisement where you can use this um, at the time of pausing the game application or at the time of watching a movie or automatically it will be triggered based on your conditions. So this interstitial ad can contain only images or even the video as well. But the rewarded app mostly used for the game applications where we used to reward the user when he watched the advertising with a life, or by adding the points to continue this game, or by giving some powers to do some more fun with your application. So let's explore about the Google Ad Mock console. So shall we move to the um, console where we can able to see? So this is the Google AdMob console, developer console we have. So all we have to do is just log in, create an account with a Gmail, and simply we can switch to the apps. So here we add an application. So we have to choose Android or iOS app. So if I choose Android, and I'm not going to launch my app on the Play Store as of now, as it is a demo app. So I'm continuing it, and I have to give one name for it. So I have given an application name, and my ad has been added to my console. So this is the demo one ad. So now we have the advertising space for the Android application. So how to create ad units? So on tap on the ad unit. So we have the multiple options, like I said. So I'm choosing the banner ad. So this is my banner ad and the unit name. So we need to provide an unit name. So demo icon banner. So this is my ad unit name, and I'm creating it. So this is a key which can help us to create an ad space for the Android application. So we have to copy this key and save it somewhere else, and we can add this key in the Android module. So we're going to explore that now. So I have created the banner ad now. So you can see all the ad units here. So let's explore about the code. So once we create a Flutter application, so this is how the Flutter project structure looks like. And here we have to remember few things, like we have Android module, and we have iOS module, and we have the macOS module, which was generated by default when you create any demo project or any project in the Flutter. So Foxpay.yaml file, which is the key to everything, where it holds all the third-party plugins or the files which we have to use in our application. So here, under dependencies, I'm using a plugin called Google Mobile Ads. So once we add this plugin, we just need to tap on the pub-get, which can import all the package-related stuff in our project. Then move to the Android module, go to the app folder, and inside the source, again main. Here we have a file called Android Manifest, which is key to the Android application. So it will decide what kind of activities or what kind of things that need to run, and what are the permissions that we have given for our application. So here, if you can see in the metadata, I'm providing the application ID. So this application ID, where it comes from is, so this is coming from the developer console of the AdMods. So I have to add the application ID in order to run the advertisements on my Android applications. So let's explore the code here. So I have a stateful widget, and so before that, let's walk through the app. So this is my application, and here I have a button where we can navigate from this screen to the advertising screen. So let's move on to the ads. So here we have the ads. So by launching this screen, I'm loading my advertisements. So where it was happening. So this is the place where I'm adding all the advertisements. So here we have two states. One is init state, and another one is post state, which is a part of the lifecycle ecosystem of stateful widget. So here I have conditions whether the advertising ad is ready or not, whether we can able to show the advertisement or not. So based on the conditions, we can able to present the ads. So here I'm loading all the banner ad, industrial ad, and the rewarded ad before building my UI. So this build function will be called after the init state function. So here I have the three buttons, which is a banner ad, industrial ad, and a rewarded ad. I have created these with the help of elevated button. So on tap on this, I'm using a set state which can update my widget tree with this bool value as show banner ad as a true. As this function is already executed inside the init state, I can able to present the advertisement on tap on this button. Because on tap on this button, set state is getting called means this ad will load. So how the ad will load and where the ad will load. So if we can observe the code here. So after the elevated button of banner ad, so we have this piece of code which can represent the ad space for the banner advertisement. So in order to present the banner ad, which is a part of your UI components, we have a widget called add widget. So here I'm passing the banner ad object reference. So I have initialized this banner ad here, and I'm loading the banner ad inside this function. So what this banner ad function really contains is, so it is having an object banner ad, and I'm passing the ad unit ID and the request, which is a default function to pass the request to this banner ad object. And I have predefined a sizes with a custom height and width, and we have a listener here. So why we have a listener is it needs to present it to the user whether the ad has been loaded successfully or not. So in order to do that, we have to add the banner ad listener, and here we have two functions, which is on ad loaded and an ad failure to load. So here again, I'm using the set state, which I'm making my this banner ad ready as true. And finally, banner ad has been loaded. So if I tap on this, my banner is ready, so I can able to present it. So similar to that for the industrial ad. So for the industrial ad, it's a totally different scenario because banner ad as a part of the UI components objects here. But the industrial ad or the rewarded ad is a full screen content which can cover the whole application, and it will spend a couple of seconds time as per the predefined configuration. So for the industrial ad, I have a condition whether this industrial ad is ready or not. If it is ready, then I'm calling the industrial ad object, industrial ad object dot show. So this will enable that industrial ad with the help of this function. So here I'm using industrial ad dot load. Again, we have an add helper dot add unit, add request, and a load callback. So here is the industrial ad. So after a couple of seconds, we can able to dismiss the dialog with the help of close button. So this way, industrial ads can be presented. But for the rewarded ads is also the same, but the purpose is different. So here the rewarded ad we have similar to the industrial ad dot load. So what is this add helper dot add unit ID? So let's step into this. So I have created a helper function where we have total three different methods which return a string. So here I have the keys for both Android and iOS. So this is the iOS app, and using the platform.is Android condition, I can able to choose and pass whether it Android key or an iOS key based on the device operating system. So once we generate the keys in the AdMob developer console, it will take at least 4 hours of time to make your advertisements ready to deploy in your application. But in order to verify whether the ads spaces is being worked properly or not, we just need to use test ads. So in the website developers.google.com under the ad mobs, All we have to do is just to choose the operating system, whether it is Android or iOS. So Flutter is just for the integration of these both Android and iOS. So I'm going for the Android. So here we have enable test apps. So once we go to the enable test apps, here is the sample add unit IDs. So you can simply integrate this add unit ID in your code base, and you can simply integrate your functions and you can test your code. So we have the app open, banner, industrial video, rewarded ad, and rewarded industrial ad, and the native advanced. So this way we can integrate the app advertisings in our mobile applications. So let's see the uh, Android application. So we have the banner ad, and we have the industrial ad, and we have the rewarded ad. But the rewarded ad will comes with a timeline to freeze the user in order to get the rewards. So how this rewarded ad will work? So once we load our rewarded ad, so we just have to call the show function, and here we have a callback on user and reward. So inside this, if you want to provide any thing like lives or points or powers for the user while playing the game, so you can do inside this function. So it is that simple to integrate the Google Ad Mods in Flutter. So let's move on to the slide again. Shall we move on to the slide again once? Okay. So as we explore three different types of advertisings, so here we have to remember these three options, which are the conditional logics which we have to apply using the boolean, and a function where we used to load after we configured our add object with the add unit IDs and the request as well as the callback listeners and the size. And same for the industrial ad, but it will be load default without having any object creation, and for the rewarded as well. So these are the things that I would like to share with everyone, guys. And here we have the references where we can go through the Flutter docs and the dot website and the tools and the code labs where you can learn and interact more with the exciting stuff on Flutter. So anybody is having any questions, feel free to ask. I will try to share anything with you. I think everyone is okay with it. I think nobody is having no questions. So yeah, uh, yes, thank you everyone for this wonderful opportunity to share my insights about the Flutter and the Google AdMods. And thank you IWD team for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Such an amazing session. It's always fun building mobile apps with Flutter. Thanks a lot, Charan, for making it more easier. And thank you, Vasha and Swati, for hosting the event. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm sure you are loving the sessions that's going on. And okay, so before we dive into the further sessions, we would like to introduce ourselves. I'm Vandana, WTM Ambassador and GDG Organizer of Hyderabad, and working as a conversational AI consultant at Titan.
Hello everyone, I'm Punita Ucha, organizer at Women Techmakers Udapur and GDG Udapur. I'm currently working as a software engineer. I'm a community enthusiast, love organizing events and meeting new people. We'll be your host for rest of the event. So Vandana, Do you know what is that one thing that has happened to me a million times? Those countless times when an idea pops up into my head, an idea which had enough potential to impact many lives, but could never see the light of the world, just because I seeked perfection. So, people, I'm sure it might have happened with many of you as well. Let us know about this in the chat section. And the solution brings me to this year's IWD theme, hash progress, not perfection, which teaches us to fight our fears, inspires us to try, execute, perform, and progress as we move on. So, Vandana, what is your action item that you will execute this year after you came across this theme, hash progress, not perfection?
Well, I really love to write, but like beat stories or any other tech content. But I'll start doing it, and then I leave it off in the middle because of the tight schedules that I have, or because of some other reasons. So I keep on postponing it because right? I always felt that it might not be perfect. So not only me, like everyone over here, like they might be feeling like, okay, this might not be perfect. So let's leave it over here. And now with this year's theme, so I wanted to progress further and then complete as many as I can. As perfection do matter, but what's more important is like progressing it. Well, that's it. And what is yours, Punita?
I always feared drawing and sketching and never did it after school days, fearing I might lack creativity. But this year's
Yeah.
IWD theme has inspired me to attend and try Madhubani art classes organized by Anurag Yaduvanshi in my city. So, with this, we encourage and motivate each one of you to plan and execute your hash progress, not perfection action items for this year and share those with us on Twitter with hashtag hash progress, not perfection. Okay. So, Vandana, since you're working on AI, what do you like about it?
Well, AI has many advantages, but there are a few points that I really like personally. Like the time taken to perform a task is like pretty much faster, and AI operates 24/7 without any interruption. If it is like programmed very well, as we can see, like the real world use case scenarios, like the digital assistants that's coming up, and the bots they are like taking up everywhere. And as a developer, I really love to solve the real time use cases using AI.
That's amazing. I'm an AI enthusiast too, and I cherish the world of possibilities that AI opens up for us. And to discuss further on this, we have Shrishti Gupta, who is Senior Associate Data Science at Publicis Sapient, and she's here to discuss about AI-powered solutions to solve real-world problems and the best practices in doing that. Over to you, Shrishti.
Thanks for the introduction. I'm Shrishti Gupta and I'm here to talk about accessibility. So, these are the things that we are going to cover today. So, let's get right into it. First, let's understand what web accessibility is. So, these days we use all these apps to do literally everything in our day to day life, whether to order food or interacting with friends and family and paying our bills. Now, if you're able bodied person, interacting with these apps becomes so easy and your day to day life runs smoothly, right? But around 15% of the global population has the some or the other type of disability. I'm curious about, is the experience is same for these people as well when they interact with these apps, and how do these people interact with these apps? So people with disabilities uses assistive technologies to interact with these apps. So screen readers, extra large monitors, people with visual impairments heavily depend on screen readers while using these web apps. So I'm taking an example of screen reader, um, which comes built in with the Mac. So it's called VoiceOver. So it helps navigate through the application which are active and on your screen currently. It helps reading through all the commands or action that you have to take in order to interact with that app, and whatever is written, whatever information is available on that web app, it just reads through it to the user. So if your web application is well structured and it has all these descriptive components available, so all the descriptions about the buttons and images are available in your web app, it becomes comparatively easy for screen reader user to interact with your app. But on the other hand, if your application is not at all well structured and does not have enough information to guide your user through navigating through your app, it becomes complete disaster for them to interact with your app. So to understand it much more clearly, let's look into this small clip.
If you don't provide content description for an image button, for example, the experience for a TalkBack user can be jarring.
Unlabeled button. Double tap to activate. Unlabeled button. Double tap to activate.
So you have seen, right? So this is simple looking page, and with just I think one or two buttons, and because not enough information is provided, so any screen reader utility will react like this, where it's reading or shouting to the user unlabeled button. Now it becomes very difficult to interact with these kinds of app when you just have to rely on screen reader directions. What you'll do with unlabeled button, right? The power of web is in its universality. Access by everyone, regardless of disability, is an essential aspect. So I'm just taking this quote from Tim Berners-Lee, who is the inventor of World Wide Web. Now, considering this thing in mind, let's see what is the barriers that are faced by people with disability today while interacting with these apps. So there is an organization, WebAIM, who conducted an experiment on and around 1 million pages for 3 consecutive years, wherein they are tracking certain kinds of accessibility related issue using wave tool. So it's an automated testing tool which is being used for accessibility testing, testing certain things, right? So what they have found out is majority of issues um, are because of the low contrast of the texts, and image alt texts are missing, and input labels in the forms are missing, and all of that. The other finding is, if you see these two graphs, they look almost identical, which heavily indicate that either there is lack of awareness, or there is lack of advancements in the field. The other finding is almost 96.7% of the errors detected falls into these 6 categories only. So if I just go by that finding and focus all my energies into just these 6 errors, then I'll be able to make significant improvement, right? The other finding is around 42% of people with disabilities think the web content accessibility has not changed over the previous year, which is also backed by this this figures, that we can see that there is no significant changes that happened here, right? Now let's see the developer side of the story, why there is a gap in creating accessible applications. So there could be two aspects. One is expertise of the developers, the experiences, the knowledge, and the other is the framework and tools that are available. Which can be the guiding factors for these developers to consider accessibility compliances and all of that while developing their apps. So I'm just focusing on tools side of it. So talking about automated accessibility tools, Around 67% of the accessibility practitioner thinks that these tools are not that effective, and they just only detect certain types of errors and covers like small portion of the long list of success criteria that WCAG gives. So WCAG is the you can say list of guidelines or principle that we have to follow to create accessible applications. And even if I compare the finding of one tool with the finding of another tool, I can assure that there'll be differences in both the results. So the errors that been diagnosed in one tool might not get diagnosed in the other tool. So there is some kinds of interpretability that inherits in these tools while they were developed. I'm not going into that detail. So, but still, these tools give good indicators to the web developers. Let's just look at it, what kind of errors they detect. So I just scan this page. I just run through this page using the wave tool, and let's just see what all errors it detected on this page. So it detected 40 critical errors, then 2 contrast errors, 150 alerts, and all of that. I'm just interested in seeing what are these 40 critical errors in single page. So if you see here that around 20 missing alternative texts, 4 missing form labels, 6 empty form labels, and so on. And by the look of it, that page, you can see that that page belongs to e-commerce website, and the e-commerce websites are very heavily driven by images, right? And providing all kinds of descriptive information about the images becomes very essential for the user who are interacting through this e-commerce website using only screen readers and the assistive technologies. So it would be a complete nightmare, navigating through that web page using the screen reader. And you know what, I actually navigated that page using the voiceover. It was really a rough journey for me. So earlier I mentioned that these tools do not cover lot many issues, and they just focus on covering only certain kinds of issues. So what are those issues that can have an impact in creating accessible applications but are not getting covered in these tools? So what if uh, developers have provided all the necessary details to pass those tests? They have provided image alt text, they have given all the form labels and whatnot, right? um, is their application became accessible and easy to use. um, so we have seen that practices where developers use very generic names for their images, very generic kind of caption they use for their images, like image 1, image 2. Now imagine there is an grocery website where there is an image of an apple, and the captions for those images are being used like image 1, image 2, something red. So going through that website by using screen reader only would be would not make any sense, because your screen reader will keep on shouting image 1, image 2, and something red. What you'll do with that information, right? And even having like 10, 20 buttons all having the caption buy now. Now your screen reader is shouting at you buy now, buy now, buy now. You're not getting enough information what to buy. So giving just the information for the sake of passing these tests are not enough in making more accessible and smooth experiences, but we have to give appropriate information which will make sense for the users who are accessing these apps using the screen readers. So in this space, or for filling these gaps only, I feel AI can play important role. So I have splitted this into three areas where AI can be put to use in the whole web accessibility, you know, application development cycle. So first is observability. So in addition to whatever our existing automated testing tools can, diagnose or discover, we can give some more smart indicators to our web developers and designers and content creators, that see, this is the caption that you have given for the image, but it's not at all appropriate, you need to change it, right? Or this is the heading that you're using for this content, which is not making sense, so change it. So these kind of indications maybe we can give at the time of development only, and it can be part of the CI/CD pipelines as well. So in the remediation phase, what I'm trying to say is, rather than just giving the indication where is the problem, we can also suggest that these could be the appropriate captions, or these could be appropriate titles for your content. So also giving developers and content creators the options to choose from what could be more meaningful. The third is creation. So creating clean structured code, automated code, but that could be left to the experts only. There could other things that can be created using the AI. We'll get into it later on. So for observability, I have listed down this small list of modules for now, which can be developed and can have immediate effect, um, in speeding up the accessibility testing and rolling out the things. So these modules can be developed with whatever resources, research and data sets that are available today, right? Where we are checking the relevancy of content and the information. So whether the image caption is apt for the images or not, whether the titles is apt for the entire article or not, something like that. And then also we are checking the images, whether the certain objects in the images are visible to the user with with different levels of visual impairments, or even with the color blindness, and indicating all of these metrics to the developers and content creators, so it can be taken care of. At the remediation phase, I have kept this list of modules where we can suggest the changes also, that which will be the appropriate alt text, or which will be the appropriate headings and whatnot, and even converting the bad resolution images into clear one. So nowadays we have seen so many advancements in generative adversarial networks, where we can create images out of very poor resolution and transform it into very high resolution images. So all of these can be leveraged in creating automated pipeline, where it can remedy all these indicators which it identified. And at the creation, we can focus our energy on creating instead of big complex articles or big complex things which could be mouthful for the screen reader to just throws a lot of information to the user. Rather than we can simplify the content and generate automated summarized content. um, and even developing the functionality where user can visit just the portion of the web of your web application, rather than navigating through all the components and then reaching to the point which really matters to him or her. um, and generating quality transcripts. Now, beyond all those three, observability, remediation, and creation, all the big players that are working on mm, AI projects for accessibility, and the startups, the research works that is happening in this area, majorly focus on these four. So, facilitating the communication, increasing mobility, and encouraging and enabling independent living, equal access to services. So, the overall accessibility, right? Now, some of the exciting projects that I really liked in this space are like sign language translation. How amazing it would be to have an app or service which can translate the sign language, and then you can communicate with entire new wider group of people. We walk, so intelligent cane to the blind people who can help them in navigating in the real life scenarios as well. So accessible mathematics online for students with vision disabilities. So it becomes very important to have education at any field, but STEM fields would make a better impact. So having all these education opportunities for disabled people are very essential. And then we have seeing AI, which is based on object detection. So it helps blind people checking out all the objects, whatever they can, with the help of their phones only. So helping them in all the areas possible. Now, with all these researches, data sets, and advancement that are there today, what are the challenges that we face while solving accessibility problems with the AI? So, data is less. When I talk about less data, so even if I want to develop one personalized, customized experience or application for person with disability, it's very hard to find such data to train my models. Outliers, it's somewhat related to the first point only. The real representation, which is giving like real signals of activities of the disabled person, is very less, that it often get treated as outlier when we are preparing our data or doing the data refinements. There is lot of skewness that we have found in the data when we are approaching in solving these problems. Lack of awareness. So, awareness about the tools, frameworks, and the standard practices that are available. And obviously, the field is evolving, and we all are learning to provide and create better accessible apps. So we are all learning, but there are standard practices that developers can follow through and create their apps more accessible. The most important is people with real experience. So people who has the first hand experience of using these technologies, interacting with them day in and day out, they are usually not part of the workplace, right? So having or creating a diverse team with people with disabilities, sharing their experiences, perspectives, and even helping the developers and in testing certain things, or giving their point of view that this should be done in this way, this will help them in this way. So that would create that would be a game changer, and that would create more powerful, inclusive, and accessible applications. What are the impacts of having accessible applications, and obviously the impact of AI as well? So obviously we'll be moving towards building more inclusive and accessible society, wherein we'll be able to communicate with more wider group, sharing their experiences with us, having shared their experiences with us, talking to them, what they feel about. Your brand association would be positive, and your legal exposure would be reduced. So there are a lot of companies, especially in the United States, who are being slammed with lawsuits because of their lack of accessibility practices. Your since you have to keep your code and your app very structured, so your SEO or search engine optimization will improve as a byproduct. And with the use of AI, I just want to say it will empower accessibility practitioner in many possible ways. So, this is it for today. I hope the session was helpful. Thank you for joining.
Such an amazing session. I loved it totally. And the phases that she explained, no, it's like so clear. And coming to the challenges, I accept that the data is very less, and sometimes it really becomes tough in training the data, but we can overcome it. All right. Thank you, Srishti, for such a great session. And so, Punita, what really makes you love in a mobile app or a web app in your first interaction with it?
I think for me, it's user interface and user experience.
Right. Design. This six letter word brings a lot of creativity. So there is design everywhere around us. A simple picture, or the buildings which we see around, or even the nature itself creates her own great designs. We feel very satisfied when we see a great design. Just like the other designs, we need a great design for all the applications. As Steve Jobs said, design is not what we see or feel, it's how it works. So, to discuss further on this, we have Shivangi, who is working as a senior UX designer at Coritas. And over to you, Shivangi.
To talk about design. But before we begin with our presentation, I want to ask all of you a question. What does design mean to you? You could either write it in the comment section or just think about it while I give you an example of how design has been evolving. Here is an example of how the telephones were in the early 80s and 90s, and you can see that there has been drastic change in the way how they look. These days, a lot of smartphones might look similar and may have the same features, but they are transforming digitally. And I found this meme representation of how the phones would look like in future, but this kind of relates to how we see the phones right now. They are just getting slimmer, they are getting bigger, and a new camera is added to it. So while I was thinking about this example, I kind of was thinking if if I want to buy a smartphone, what all things would I be thinking about, like a typical user example. So let's consider that I am buying a smartphone. So the thoughts that come into my head is that, since smartphones are getting bigger, the problem that I might face is that they won't fit in my hand. It's very difficult for me to type and all of that. Other than that, the other problem that we also face is that it doesn't fit in our pockets. And the problem is that most of our outfits are designed in such a way that we either have no pockets, or I don't know why they give us fake pockets. But because of this, we need to, buy handbags and purse. And since we need to keep our phones, we need to think about having a different compartment for it, buying some protective gears and, trying to protect the screen from not getting scratched. So, this is not like a crash course or a Kickstarter into your journey of user experience or design, but this is what is interesting about the field of design, is because we try to trace the path of a user or a person and think around like what all things in their journey of with that product or with that service, what all things would affect them, make their experience a little not so good experience. So, how did I get up into design? Well, I was a STEM student. I was very interested in technology and science. During that time, I came across the book Design of Everyday Things, and I kind of related that we could use problem solving skills in designing better experiences, and we see design everywhere around us. So then I started, reading about design principles and all of that, in trying to implement that into tech. Gradually what my focus shifted from tech to design. And when we were talking about design, people were inclusive to design, because people are the ones who use design. In the last few months, or let's say because of pandemic, we got chance of you know having virtual conferences and remote events, because of which they got more accessible, and we kind of had an approach to global level of content. So seeing design, how it has been evolving, not just in the tech domain but in art and every other domain, I then shifted from my focus of just specific to design but more into experience. And currently I think it's very important that design is very overwhelming for someone who is thinking of switching their career into this. What helped me a lot was all these events that have become now accessible because of virtual and remote. Other than that, mentorship has helped me a lot, and I think I am thankful for ADP list to you make that accessible as well. So, when we're talking about design, I think it kind of fits with our theme as well, because design is also about progress and not perfection. Since everything around design or wherever design is involved is evolving, people, technology, or any other domain, it is also a responsibility of design to evolve and understand the surroundings. So, design is also about progress. But how all of this is relevant into our IT industry? So let's say we are all building a cool stuff and we have different teams working on it. And this is a very typical example of the teams that work on a project. Here, designers have to collaborate with all of the stakeholders, with all of the team members. They have to communicate their designs and their thought process. They have to be creative about coming up with, you know, problem solving skills, out of the box thinking. But they also have to restrict themselves to the constraints related to technical feasibility or business constraints, or, there's a lot of things that we have to take care of. But in this map that you see, we see that it's getting diverged. The teams are getting diverged. How about we flip it over? So designers, they kind of bring everyone together, and as you can see, the things at the bottom which are usually in the background, designers bring that into the foreground. So designers ask questions like, what is the value of this product? Who is it going to be for? Where and when is it launching? What will be the experience of it? And to answer all these questions, designers have to bring other team members onto the board. So designers act like a catalyst. They kind of leverage other teams to be part of the user experience. And technology is part of user experience, because if your page is loading slowly, designers have to think about a way in which we can make that experience better. If the same goes with business, marketing, and sales. If you are not communicating about your product or service in a way that might, you know, offend users or the customers, in that case, it might be a bad experience. So this is how designers and design is part of, building cool stuff. So now that we have seen a lot of things and the vastness of design, I want to ask you the question again, that what does design mean to you? Is it about how things look like, or how it feels, or how it works, as said by Steve Jobs? And as I mentioned earlier, here are a few bonus content that you could dive in further after this talk. This is the book that I recently completed reading. It's called Design Justice. It explores on how design can be helped by marginalized communities. It can dismantle structural inequality and all of those things. And I think it's a good reflection of how not just design, but design can leverage other teams to bring social change. Another interesting book is Design When Everybody Designs, and this is something that any one of us could read. It's about ongoing wave of social innovation towards sustainability. So this is a very good book. Reimagining, reimagining design by this is, I think, more towards strategic thinking, how we can have multidisciplinary domains into design. And I think when I read the foreword by John Meda, I went onto a flashback back in 2019. So during the Dev Fest, I was a sketch note artist, and I had kind of like a little space at the top left corner. So I was reminded of one of his line, that it's a dataful world. So instead of beautiful, he used dataful. And I think it kind of was relevant to the event and the world that we live in. So he is into the intersection of design, technology, and business, and something that keeps me motivating, that design is never in the silo. We kind of leverage other teams in bringing innovation. And if you're still interested on reading more, World Design Org has recommended readings, and it's not just about human-computer interaction, but it's also about how design can be implemented in the process, like collaborative process, and also into sustainability, into society, into the cultural change, all of that. So you can see that there are a lot of books. So you will be sorted out for maybe a year or so if you start reading. This I want to end up talk with this quote that has been stuck with me for a long time. It's by Debbie Millman. We can talk about making a difference in our lives. We can make a difference, or we can do both. And I think as designers, this kind of resonates more, because we are designing how people would interact with systems, with products, services, or with any system basically, whether it's physical system, digital system, or something that's just quite abstract. And we are kind of probably world changers because in a way we are trying to build something new into the grand design. Well, not the grand design of Stephen Hawking, but just the grand design of the society. So it's kind of important for us to be conscious about the things we design or things we do in general, because that kind of resonates with everyone else. Thank you everyone for attending the talk, and I'm so grateful for the WTM team and the IWD team that has cooperated and helped us get this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Shivangi, for your amazing session and beautiful presentation. I just love the way you explain how designers coordinate between different teams and connect everyone together.
Yes, I'm gonna try reading a book that you suggested because I really love designing.
Yes. Okay, so we know that you have been waiting so long for the next session as you are awaiting to win the swags.
Yeah, right. I can imagine their excitement, and I think everyone is ready for this icebreaker session.
And for hosting the icebreaker session, let me call upon Vanshita and Arindra again onto the screen. Over to you, Vanshita and Arindra.
Hey everyone, hi again.
Hi.
So we are back with the icebreaker session two for the day two, and I hope you enjoyed the previous one. Yeah.
Yep.
So welcome everyone to the icebreaker session two for day two. I hope that you enjoyed the previous one with our company, and again we are here to present you with the second one. So hi again, I'm Banjita Singh,
And I'm Ari the Prakash Singh.
and we are again here to with the opportunity for you to just grab some more goodies and just grab yourself with more goodies and all the correct answers. So moving ahead.
Few points to start before we hop into the Slido quiz. So once again, this is just a reminder to you all. The Slido link will be shared. We'll be sharing the screen over here. You'll be required to use a laptop and mobile to log on to the Slido and attend the quiz. Also, when you're logging into the Slido, use your original name and email ID. Please do not use any dummy names so that we can reach out to you directly for the distribution of goodies. The third point is you will be having 20 seconds to answer each question. So please maintain timing, prompt response. Okay. And fourthly, have fun as always. So that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
So Vanchita,
So
what say? Let's go ahead.
sure, sure, Aryan. So I hope that you guys are excited for the second icebreaker session and will not miss it definitely because the first one has great response. So we have 75 plus people with us that joined the session, and I hope that there will be some more new faces that will be joined with us. So yeah, moving ahead. So there is a so please participants go on to the slido.com and just put this number or code that is 369236 to join the quiz. And I reminder there's a reminder that you should join the quiz by your name only so that we can able to track you if you win.
Yeah. I got a feedback that the last quiz was pretty tough, but I still saw that there were people getting 10 out of 10. So I don't think that was too tough. But then again, I think Vanchita, this is somewhat easier.
I guess this will be quite easier for everyone. So, guys, there's a good opportunity. So, as more as people join, there's a hope that yeah, you can win. So, and this is a
Exactly.
pretty much easy one. We are just bursting up the code that yeah, it is a pretty easy one. So you can win.
Also, one good hint would be that the previous one was something related to women's globally. This one is dedicatedly to Indian women, and that's a big hint for all of us.
Yeah. So yeah, we have 75 people already with us, and I am hoping that we will be soon surpassing the number of the earlier one.
We'll be waiting for a minute or two, and then we can maybe begin. For those who haven't won any quiz till today, this is the best opportunity and probably the last one to win over this one. So if you still missed out on the goodies, this is the best chance for you all.
Yeah, guys, some more numbers. We are close to 100. Let's see if we can touch it.
Vanchita, I think we can begin the countdown now. Maybe.
Yeah, I think the number is stuck at 84. So let's see if the countdown can affect some people. Okay, so I'm starting with 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and the countdown is affecting, I guess.
Oh,
1, and here we go.
and
Okay, that
boom.
participants.
So the first
Okay,
question is,
yeah.
who was the first ever Miss Universe from India? Rita Faria, Lara Datta, Sushmita Singh, or Yukta Mukhi?
Uh, Adin, do you remember have watching Universe in like when you were old or something like that?
I have no idea about
I am a
all this
crazy
stuff.
fan. I am a crazy fan.
Okay,
Okay,
so
so
Sushmita Singh,
yeah,
let's see what the right answer is. Oh, so the first question is correct for 83% people.
yeah.
Let's move ahead to the next question.
An NGO was founded by a very popular Bollywood celebrity who herself suffered depression. Is providing help to people who are injured. Who is she? Alia Bhatt, Malaika Arora, Deepika Padukone, or Kajol? Uh, I guess this is pretty much. Uh,
I'm a big fan of Bollywood, but I'm still not aware of this.
yeah, you won't be because you are not that much. Okay, Deepika Padukone got the maximum number of votes. Let's see if our audience is correct. Yeah, they
Oh,
are correct.
so 81%
They
correct.
do have the knowledge of every domain. I see. Okay, so let's moving ahead to the next question.
But Vanchita, do you remember? Just in case, folks, you aren't aware of any mental health or something related to that startups. One of our organizers have also built Rahi, so you can find them up on internet and connect with them whenever you need
Yeah,
any sort of help.
yeah.
Let's move into the next question. Case Against the Odds is the 2016 biography of Dia Mirza, Saina Nehwal, Sania Mirza, or Mithali Raj. I think I know this one. This is pretty easy.
Yeah, this is quite a one, as we have already know these personalities well.
Whoa.
Okay,
So the numbers dodging between 83 and 81. That's a good amount of number.
yeah.
So let's move on to the next question. Let's see what's the right answer first. The right answer was obviously Sania Mirza. So kudos to everyone who got it right.
First Indian woman to get Bharat Ratna, Vijay Lakshmi Pandit, Mother Teresa, Neela Singh, Indira Gandhi.
This might be a tough one, but still, many of you can guess it right.
Yeah, because it says first, and the first one is always remembered.
Right.
Mother Teresa, again, Mother Teresa got the maximum of the votes. Let's see who with the correct one or not. Oh, less safe is the correct one. So 2% of the people got the right person.
Let's move on to the
So
next question.
yeah.
Which of the following is the most recent achievement of PV Sindhu? Which of the following is the most recent achievement? Silver medal Olympics, Swiss Open Championship, BWF World Championship, bronze medal Olympics. Most word is on caps. That's something important, I guess. Oh, So that's a tough fight in all the four options.
Yeah, I see that. Mine
This
are just
this
different.
this is a very privilege. This is a very rare case, I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
So let's see what was the most recent achievement of PV Sindhu.
Yeah. Swiss Open
Ah,
Championship.
Swiss Open Championship was the most recent achievement of PV Sindhu. So kudos to the 23% people who got it right.
Who was the first Indian woman to lead a contingent in the Army Day Parade? Lieutenant Bhavna Kasturi, Captain Shikhar Sodhi, Captain Divya Ajit, none of them. Well, I remember that this time a lady, a fighter, a lady has, led the army fighter planes and all these things in the Republic Day Parade. So it felt very proud to hear that.
Yeah. So there's a lot of vote percentage on none of the above. Let's see what the right answer is. Captain Divya Ajit was the first one. Ooh, that was a very tough one, I guess. Then
I guess.
only 8% people got it right. But yeah, I guess in a quiz full of easy questions, 2 or 3 questions could be really difficult.
Yeah,
Moving to the next question, who is known as the Missile Woman of India? We all
this is
know about Missile
easy.
Man,
Yeah, this is
but
easy.
Ritu Karidal, Tessie Thomas, Kalpana Chawla, and Anuradha Tiku. Now, this is something inspiring, and this would give a lesson to all of us.
Yeah, Tessie Thomas
So,
got maximum
right.
votes.
So let's see what the right answer was. And yay, 72% people got it right. Tessie Thomas was the right answer. She's the Missile Woman of India.
Yeah.
Okay, moving ahead to the next question.
First woman speaker of the Indian Lok Sabha, Meera Kumar, Jaya Lalita, Sushma Swaraj, Fani Mozi.
I'm pretty excited about the Indian politics, so
Yeah,
I definitely know the answer.
I'm not very much into Indian politics, but yeah,
But I
I would,
wish
yeah,
most
I
of you
remember.
are really
Yeah,
interested in the politics.
Meera Kumar got the 83% votes of people. Let's
So
see if they
let's
are right
see.
or not. Yeah,
And
they are right.
yes,
They are pretty much the
like,
political people. Okay, moving
so
on to the
moving
next.
ahead, Kalpana Chawla was an Indian American astronaut with NASA and one of the 7 crew members who was killed in the Space Shuttle Columbia disaster, crash of a T-38, training flight crash, or a plane crash in Bangalore. So this is something we all are unaware of.
Yeah, I'm totally unaware of Space Shuttle Columbia
But
disaster.
I guess 87% people are totally aware of the space space sciences.
Okay,
So let's
let's see.
see what the right answer is. So Space Shuttle Columbia disaster was the right answer, in which we lost Kalpana Chawla. Moving ahead, I guess this is the
Roar of
last question.
Space is the debut novel of Indian author Kiran Desai, Indira Goswami, Arundhati Roy, Shashi Deshpande.
This question is dedicated to all the book readers, all the book lovers, bookworms, I would rather say.
Arundhati Roy got the maximum vote, 92%. Okay, and let's see if they are right or not.
And that's it.
Okay, they are right. Yeah. So let's see the leaderboard now. Okay. Somna, Soma Das is got the 9 out of 10 questions right. And is
She
on
got the
the lead.
first prize. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Palak Sharma is on the second, which Richard Das 8, Rohit Narayan 8 out of 10, and Johnny Steve Fernandez 8 out of 10.
Congratulations, folks. Congratulations on winning this quiz. I hope many of you loved the question, and this was an amazing time and pleasure for us hosting you all. Looking forward to see you next time. Thank you so much. Aryan and
Thank you.
Vanchita signing off.
Thank you so much, guys. Bye bye.
Thank you, Arendra and Vanchita, for joining us. It's always super fun with icebreaker session. And congratulations to all the winners. I'm sure that you people might have enjoyed the contest thoroughly. Well, the next session is about building great products. And if you're an upcoming product manager or someone who loves to build products just like me, then I'm sure you'll enjoy this session because it's all about building products within less time.
Yes, and we have Felix, who is co founder and CEO of ADP List. A big shout out to ADP List for being our community partner for this event. ADP List is a global community of mentors and learners, platform where people can find, book, and meet mentors around the world. Everyone deserves access to opportunities that can help empower them to create a better life for themselves and their future. Felix is an entrepreneur and designer who believes in constantly reinventing the way we experience the world and beyond thorough, purposeful design that people love. So, Felix will walk us through tips and practices to achieve better, faster, and cheaper designs that matter. Over to you, Felix.
Hey everyone, my name is Felix, and I'm the co founder at ADP List. And our mission is to democratize mentorship for every and anyone around the world. I believe that mentorship and the access to great knowledge and great minds should be open regardless of your background and wherever you are. Today, I want to talk a little bit about our journey through design. And one of the things that we hear so often as designers is really trying to build something that is better, faster, and cheaper. And some might ask, how is that possible? And I can tell you that it's not a myth. I'm the co-founder here. You can also find us on Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, wherever. And you can also find me on Twitter and LinkedIn most actively. So feel free to connect. And I want to wish all of you, before I start on, a happy International Women's Day 2022. So to start off this presentation on how do you design for better, faster, cheaper with a case study, I want to share with you one of the key myths that I hear a lot, and I see a lot, in fact, through observations, is called good UX doesn't equal great value. Now, one of the things that I see is that people tend to think that great UX equals to great value. However, that could not be further from the truth. Great UX is just how people use the product. If it's easy to use, it's usable for them, the experience is delightful. Now, great value, however, is the problem. It's the problem that you're solving. And could you imagine if an experience is great, but it's not really leading to anywhere? It's almost like driving a car, and the car is comfortable, but there's no destination. And I am sure all of you will be willing to sit in a car that might not be as comfortable, but will get you to your destination. That itself is great value versus great UX. So I want to share this chart. How many of you have seen this chart? You can obviously comment there or tweet me as well. The good, fast, and cheap. They say that this doesn't exist. If you want good and fast, not cheap. If you want cheap and fast, it's not good. If you want good and cheap, it can't be fast, right? That doesn't exist. But I think that we can always find a common ground when we compromise, when we constrain certain things, come to a middle ground, and something magical can actually happen without compromising the value of the product. The best product started out better, faster, and cheaper. So what does this mean? And the keyword here is the best product. And the keyword also here is started out. All right. So better, faster, and cheaper. So what does that mean? I'm going to give you some examples. So Netflix, Uber, and Airbnb. This is the first version of this product. Do you think the experience was great? Do you think it looks good as compared to today? Not really, questionable. But the value that they were delivering from 10, 20 years ago is exactly the same value that they're delivering today. It's just that the experience got upgraded, right? But it really started out trying to solve a problem, and it's trying to give you value in a way, bringing to the first word, better. It was 10 times better than what was there in the market. For Netflix, people wanted to not just buy, but they want to rent shows and movies. Netflix provides exactly that. Airbnb, people had no alternatives during the design conference week. There were no hotels available, and people now wanted to stay there. And now people are looking for cheaper alternative of hotels and also a unique experience. For Uber, people wanted more convenient a way to get cab instead of just being on the road and flagging one. I could not remember the last time I did that. So it provided a way better solution than what was there before. And so you can see that they provided this avenue for that value to thrive, even though the experience might not be the best. This is what I call the 10x value, and we strive to do that at ADP List every single day. And I'll share with you some case study later as well. So how do you design for 10 times better? Two key things to take away. Understand your problem and pay attention to your customers. What do they want? What are they talking about? How can you help them? The next example, I want to bring back Uber and Flexport, say shipping company. Now, Flexport and Uber, share similar things, right? The more supply of like drivers or like ships you have, the easier things get, the cheaper things can get. And the faster your driver can come because there's more drivers on the road. So how do you design for something fast, right? And how do you deliver something fast? First, collaboration is key. By collaborating with people in your key things, in sort of your key elements, we look at the world at a different sort of like angle and say that, hey, look, it's designed faster than before, right? It's designed faster in a way than anything else. And collaboration, hence, is one of the key things to the main thing, right? And however, I can also say that faster is in a way getting a cab faster, but that's not really that, right? Faster can means that how do you deliver this product faster, right? So the next one is know what should be faster as well. The onboarding, the payments, the comments, etc., right? Have a clear understanding, right? Brings back to my previous point. Talk to your community. Finally, measure it. Measure if it's really faster, right? Did the results show that? I think this is important to note. And one is about cheaper, right? How do you design something that's relatively great of a price? Now I'll show you a comparison between Buy Me a Coffee and Patreon. They were so transparent, and I love it. That they were cheaper, they were obviously better and faster, and so they literally just showed right off the bat for all the users. So how do you design for cheaper? I want you to know that customers are smart. Know that they are smart when it comes to pricing. So if they can get the same quality and better, why not? Right? So always try to price competitively. Next, be transparent. Help if you are not pricing too competitively, help your customers understand why they should make a decision with you, right? What are you good at, right? What are you 10 times better at, if I have to call it that way, right? So always be transparent. Now I want to show you an ADP List case study of designing for better, faster, and cheaper. The case study on how we have created a global open platform for the world, for all of you to find mentors on the platform. So this is how it really started. I started off with a spreadsheet. It's as simple as that, a spreadsheet. Could you believe it? In a public spreadsheet. And I shared a tweet and I said, hey, I'm trying to help people in COVID-19 during pandemic. Can you retweet this and sort of things? And people started to put their names there. They wanted to be mentors. They wanted to reach out to people. And it started to grow just from there. Now, was it better? I can tell you that it's 10 times better, even though it might not seem like, because like I say, don't focus on the UX. And it was also faster because I got this out fast. I'll show you that in a bit. Obviously, Excel sheet is faster, and it's cheaper because it's free, right? And but the value behind the Excel sheet remains the same as the one that I have, today as a website. That we have. It is really the same value of trying to find the best mentors that can help you accelerate your career. It's as simple as that, right? Back then, you were just connecting people on an Excel sheet. Today, you're truly going to a platform and doing it. It got better, way better, 100 times better. Also got it's just cheap. Its price is open as well. And then, in terms of faster, it got even faster. Because of delivering it in terms of finding a mentors right now. So it continues to grow from there. This is a little bit of evolution of the mentor design on ADP list. As you can see, the first version and the one that we have is really quite the same. However, though, one big difference is really that the value remains the same. So this is a good reminder of that. And this is the evolution of the mentor design page on ADP list. This is like from a spreadsheet to a website. And it's really the philosophy and the principle of designing for better, faster, cheaper. 10 times, 10 times, 10 times. Right? You always got to be competitive. You always have to put yourself in front. Always got to understand what's better. How can you do it faster? How can you get the customers to do what they want faster as well? How can it be in a way like competitively priced with everyone? So what became better on ADP list? You direct, right now we direct to the mentors directly on the platform to their calendar instead of their emails. It's a dedicated platform. It's faster for them because now they can book directly and coordinate everything on ADP list. And it's cheaper. It's pro bono. It's an open source platform that every one of you and everyone around the world and your friends and family can be a part of. This is taken from a San Francisco room of mine that I'm staying in right now. I love it, so I just decided to put a photo. But really, designing for better, faster, cheaper is really how you want to get ahead. It's really how the best companies and the best products has thrived when they started out. And with that said, I want to leave you with one final thought. So the great minds has always tend to look at the world a little bit differently and how they can do it in a unique perspective. So building better, faster, cheaper is not a myth. And I hope you have learned that, and I hope that this presentation has helped you to think a little bit differently the next time you build a product. My name is Felix Lee, and I'm the co-founder at ADP List. Our mission is to democratize mentorship for all, to help everyone be more of who they want to be in their careers. You can follow me on Twitter at Felix Lee ZD and on LinkedIn. Thank you so much. Happy International Women's Day and have the best week ahead. Thank you all.
Amazing session. Thank you, Felix, for sharing innovative strategies to build and design our products better. All right. So, next we have a panel discussion on community collaboration, where we have amazing speakers, and we have Vandana for hosting the panel discussion. Over to you, Vandana.
Thanks, Punita. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
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 Okay, so finally we are in the panel discussion with some amazing panelists, and thanks a lot everyone for joining us. Okay, so today, since we're going to discuss about community, the word community itself is like, it's so powerful and a celebration as it brings a lot of different mindsets to a single place. And community is all about doing something together that can help in educating the next generations. So today we're going to discuss how communities are helping and how can you start your journey with the tech communities. And for that, we have our four amazing panelists. Firstly, let me start with Ankita, who is working as a India Community Manager at Progate, and Priyal, who is a Senior Software Engineer at Hotwag Systems, and also one of our WTM ambassadors, and Sangeeta, who is an India community manager at Ditaiku, by creating spaces for diverse groups of people. Amazing, Sangeeta. And finally, Mr. Yash Raj, who is a community growth manager at OutSystems, focusing on community growth in Asia Pacific region. All right. I wanted to know about you personally. So rather than me saying about you, I would like to know about from your side. Uh, Over to you, Ankita. So first, I would like to know about you.
Okay, thank you, Vandana. So, yeah, hello everyone. So, as Vandana mentioned, that I am working as a community professional for Progate in India, and I started my community journey back in 2018. Before when I joined college, I was involved in various technical communities inside the college itself, and then I met few people who introduced me to community management, and that's why I am here today. So currently, I'm working with Progate to build their partnerships with different schools in India and also IITs. So this is my workflow as of now. So I think, thank you.
Yeah. Over to you, Priyal.
Thank you, Vandana. Hey everyone. So as Vandana introduced me, so I'm Priyal Jain and I'm a currently Women Techmakers India ambassador handling for two years. And before that, I was a volunteer and participated in like volunteering activities. And also, I have a 3+ years of experience in IT industry as a web developer. So happy to see here with the one of the panelists with all of the community managers. So it would be an honor to me.
And Sangeeta, it's over to you.
Wow, it's so wonderful to be in panel with all my favorite community builders. So I'm working as a community manager at Dataiku. A little about myself. I mean, how I look at communities is when I was in school, I was the only girl student who picked up computer science, and I was bullied for that. So I wanted to be in a role that could create awareness about the fact that, hey, you know what, tech is for everyone, it's not only for guys. And I wanted to be in a role that was not just creating tech, but also like creating awareness around this cause. So that's how I discovered communities, and ever since then I've been in love with it, probably since 2017. And grateful, very very grateful that this being in a role that is literally, meeting people, doing things for them, impacting lives, um, as part of
Yeah.
my like 24/7 job. um, and like educate, creating awareness that I feel like this exists. So yes, I think that's about who I am and
Amazing,
why
amazing
I
journey,
love
Sangeeta.
this.
Yeah. And finally, we have Yash here. Hi, Yash.
Hi everyone. Thank you for having me as part of this panel. It's really glad to be here. And I Yeah. So about me, I'm a developer turned community professional. I started my community journey as an accident, like many of us. it I didn't know that this role exists for a long, long time. I was just in my own world developing apps,
Mhm.
and then
Yeah.
on the side, we started doing community activities as a volunteer. And
Mhm.
somebody somewhere told me that, hey Yash, why don't you try this full time? You have been doing this with full passion for a while now, and that's what I did. I joined a startup in Bangalore in 2017, and since then, I've had different roles. This is my third company, which is OutSystems, where I'm managing community growth programs in APAC. Yeah, so developer communities, everything. How can we help them to learn more, to grow, and to succeed, and help them in every possible way? That's what keeps me up and running. Yeah. So
Yeah. Amazing, amazing, everyone. So, looking forward to know more about insights about the communities. Not only me, our audience were actually waiting for it. And without any further delay, I would like to ask my first question to Ankita. Okay, so Ankita, here is a question. Like, how did you come to know about these tech communities? Like, as a beginner, like, how can one find details about the tech communities? Like, how come you come across this thing?
Yeah, so thank you for asking that, Vanna. So I would love to answer that question, and I think one of the person who introduced me to community is there in this panel only. So I'll share my journey a bit. So how I started my journey was, when I was in my college days, I got into engineering as a computer science engineering student, and back in college days, not many people were inclined towards getting into tech communities. They were most inclined towards, sports activities or cultural programs. So I just wanted to be a part of a technical community. So I just gave some interviews, college club interviews, and I got a chance to be inside one of the communities, which our seniors were handling back then. And I think we didn't get a lot of exposure to meet people outside. So I was trying to talk to my seniors and learn from them how to contribute and help the students around me in this field itself. So I had been a part of that club for 3 years, and then I joined a club of Mozilla, which got to know from back, because my college was in a very remote area, so we didn't have a lot of opportunities to go outside college and conduct meetups like people do today. So I just contacted few of my seniors, and they connected me with some Mozilla professionals outside, and then I got an opportunity to conduct meetups for them in different cities in India while in college itself. So that made me learn, a lot of things like how to manage events, how to get into the tech communities, what actually people are, wanting. And like in one of the events only, when we organized our tech fest, Yashraj came to my college, as a speaker, and I met him. So that was just a meet. But after my college, when I got campus placed in a company in Indore, I was struggling to find which field I should go in. I didn't want to just sit in front of the computer all the time and do coding, but I wanted to do something to actually help people around me. So I think I met Yash in Indore because he was from Indore. I think he was for some business trip over there, and he introduced me to community management, gave me some resources. So reaching out to people is very important, which I feel trying to understand, because sometimes we are scared that like some like the people who are a bit experienced might judge us. But I think there are many people, especially the community managers, who are always there to help people how to get started with their journey. And I had got the right set of people to get me introduced in this field, so they can that is why I'm here today, almost 4 years down the line. So for the others also, I feel that they should at least get started and start talking to people. Right now we have meetups, we have online forums, we have blogs, we have everything. So they can also connect over there, but connecting with people and talking to them, sharing about what you actually want to pursue in future is very important. So that really helped me know more about tech communities in general, that I'm learning today
Yeah.
too, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, right, Ankita. So even many people do ask me like, how do you come across these tech communities? Because when people are in the colleges, so they were like, as you said, they were aware of sports and they were aware of the events, like non-tech
Right.
events that's happening in the college, but they were not aware of the tech communities. So when they go and talk to people, so like the community managers like Sangeeta and yes, they can help them.
Yes,
All
absolutely.
right, amazing, Ankita. Okay, so my second question is, what can be the journey of a person while working for communities? Like, what qualities do an individual actually need? And I wanted to ask this question to Mr. Yash.
Yeah, so that's a great question. When we talk about community journey, it starts from the time when someone is a new member to the community,
Yes.
exploring what it's all about, and the chances are, if they're already member of community, they might have heard about it somewhere, and they already have some goals in mind what they want to achieve. So it's the I would say responsibility of the community team to find out that what are the different goals which members are trying to achieve. And then there is a quote, famous quote in the community industry, that um, every member of a community has a superpower, and it's our responsibility as a community professional to find that superpower.
Yes.
So yeah, and that's the start of their journey. If I give example of our community here at Art Systems, we have a loop, and then as part of that, in that journey, we have three main stages. One is the growth stage, where new members come, they grow gradually from absolute beginner. They grow to a stage where they can ask questions, they can help others, And then the second journey is more towards engagement, how they can continue getting more value out of it. For that, for example, user groups, we have different city-based user groups in different cities where people can go and continue engaging with their fellow developers and out systems. Third stage is where a set of audience or members go above and beyond, and they actually advocate. So advocacy
Yes.
programs are in the third stage, where they help, they take the things forward, and we as community members, we take a step back, and they take the front seat, and they lead their own local events and communities within their company or their own local regions. So we have champions and ambassadors, or MVPs, as an example. So that's the journey which everyone goes through, and then they continue getting more value at every stage. As community professionals, it's important for us to identify that that journey which members would like to go through, and be ready with programs to support them at each of those steps. Yeah, for the best experience.
Yeah, yeah, awesome, awesome. And as a follow-up question to Yash Raj, I would like to ask this question to Sangeeta. So, since you're working professionally on community building, like how do you think one can actually make it as a full-time job? Like how does Ankita has come into this role? So, how can one start their journey with the community management? Like, be it a beginner or be it an experienced person, like in other stream, like how can they start it?
That's an interesting question because in 2017, right, when I attended my Google Student Club facilitator program, and I saw Vaibhavi Desai giving the talk and telling that she's doing work where she's actually enabling students to actually teach Android and other Google tools. I was just like, hey, I want to do this. You know, you travel around and you get to like impact people and you get to spread awareness on tech. And I couldn't actually figure out that how do I actually do it. Like, okay, fine, I'm leading a student club, what next, right? Like, how do I go from here to actually leading a city or to actually getting into a full-time role? And back then it was not very clear because community management, even till date in many organizations, it's termed as program management, so you require
Right.
like some years of experience to get in. And I was like, hey, no, you know what? This is exactly what I want to do. I don't want to spend another year working as a developer because that's not who I am. I figured out that this is what I love doing and I want to be here. So for a fresher, like over like the since 2017, trying to find that answer, that how do you actually get into it, because we don't have degree programs to actually enroll you in community management. Some things that you can start doing is organizing events, because event hosting is part of community management. Like it comes as a core part of community building. That's something that you will
Yes.
look at.
Yep.
Second is, how do you build on empathy? Because without empathy, you can't, you are not going to care for your people. Like if you don't care for your members, you're not going to go above and beyond to design programs to actually, you know, help them. Third is project management, that you can also like learn in if you manage like those bigger conferences for your colleges, or if you volunteer for your city level communities, to just ensure that you know all the teams are working fine and you know you're by your deadlines. So if you are like on track for these three skills, and if you can showcase it through your voluntary experiences on your profile, I think you're good to go. And plus, every organization right now literally is hiring for a community manager. Like
Right, right.
every week, someone texts me asking that, "Do you know a good community manager?" It's okay if the person is a fresher. We are ready to train, but we want someone who's really passionate. So that's how I feel. I got into it, and I think that anyone can break into it. Just keep on working on empathy. That's your core skill.
Yeah, yeah, right, right, Sangeeta, I accept it.
I hope that
And
answers your question.
yeah, yeah, right, right. So, and the freshers like who are watching this show, just freshers cannot join as a community man. So it's all like just like a myth. So as Sangeeta said, you can just join as a fresher, even though if you are not experienced in management or anything, if you have some volunteer experience or if you are even a fresher, people are actually they're training in the community management and then they're picking up. So no issue. So even as a fresher, you can apply as a community manager.
Plus, now you have
Okay.
internships. Back in our
Yes, yes,
times,
right.
we didn't have those internships. I mean,
Correct.
Ankita hired for interns. I know that. So yes, I mean, you can also go ahead and do those internships and get into the role. I mean, that's pretty awesome as well.
Right.
As Sangeeta, you said, like, we keep getting asked from people in the industry that do we know, and sadly, we don't have a lot of people to refer to. So, yeah, I think it's a great time to explore this industry, and yeah,
Yes, the
I
issue could be like,
agree.
people are not aware of these kind of posts, like the community manager or whosoever is like advocates, like the developer advocates. So they were not much aware of these roles. Rather than, if you can say software engineer, so wherever you see, you'll find a software engineer. So, but this is not in that case. So it's lack of awareness, but that's what we are doing it in this show. So we are providing awareness to our audience. And yes, so Priyal, this question is to you. I know you as a person like from our community, like how do you work for communities? But I want everyone in this show, like how do you manage or how do you balance, the work, the personal life, and then the professional life along with the community building?
Okay, thanks, Vandana, for asking this. So as you know me as a person, so what you see like कि I मतलब firstly like community मतलब help me a lot, like obviously मतलब it's help for all of you, not me, and everyone, like for learning and nurturing the skills. Like it's up to us how we take each and every opportunity into a growth. Like some people will take the some opportunities skip, some people take according to their interest. So what I balance, like as a developer I'm working as a professional job as well, and after that I will contribute into the community. So firstly 7 to 8 hours like daily timings, like 10 to 7 is the common time which every company has. Like
Right.
9 to 7 or 10 to 8, like maximum 8 to 9 we will go delay. So after that what like any work related to community like other stuff, so I will do. So this is like how I balance. So I know matlab, this is very like difficult for the people, like because as for me I know like there is not like all the time we have got a work pressure. Like there are some situations as well that we have so much work into our head, so we will not give enough time to the community as like as always we did. So some people will prefer weekend, some people will prefer late night work, community work. So like people thought like some people like told me about like how Priyal you did so much, and you did get tired to such
Right.
things. Like how much energy do you burn over this such type of things and communicate with non-stop to each and everyone. So I told that like communicating is very easy, like we communicate in office regularly with each and every meeting, so that is fine for me. And after that like for the relief and for just a healing and divert your mind and keep yourself busy, so I contribute to the community help. That really helped me. So actually one thing I wanted to say, like I contributed in many events, like so many events till now, but like in India events, in local chapter events, so I learned a lot. But in professional networks as well, because in professional networks like we are meeting, like we are building some good relations in professional networks. So I know those that some senior person will definitely guide me to grow myself up into my field. So I regularly meeting new people and improving myself up. So this is a new thing which community relates to that. And it's just not just an event, it's just an energy and meeting new people and creating new ideas and your thoughts that you are creating your theme.
Right. The only thing that keeps us motivated and makes us want to work is like the passion and the interest and the love which we have towards the communities. Like even people do ask us like, okay, we are working on late nights and you're working on weekends, and what are the benefits that you get? But sometimes, we don't say that we don't get anything. It's everything we learn. So, I personally believe that learning is the biggest asset to a person, because, when we keep learning and when we keep talking to a lot of people, we see a lot of different perspectives, and that really help in handling our different situations in our real lives. All right. Okay, so my next question is to Sangeeta. Like, how has your passion for community building has made you a global citizen?
Well, first and foremost is one of the things that I've learned being part of communities is how to talk to people. When I was at school or even in college, I remember I had a difficult time like having a one-on-one conversation even with a friend. So community through communities, I constantly put myself in crowds in front of like unknown people where I had to talk to them. And what it did to me was it made me, fall in love with people in general, like made me curious. And that's given me a whole new perspective to look at things. For example, right now I'm in Spain. And I was just attending one of these shows by a band called Tuna Bands, and turns out it's a community of people, and these people actually join the band in their schools, and they never leave it. They're probably working in different professions. They have these jacket, they have these what do you call these jackets, long jackets, and then they have different colors, and those different colors represent their field. And this is something I developed or I learned because I went and asked them these questions, and that came from community. Because you just start loving people, you start appreciating the little things, and more importantly, you learn that not every human is perfect, and you can be vulnerable around them. And it's great. It's a good place to be in. It just makes you such a better human, and you know that there is good in the world, and
Yeah.
you try to do your bit as well.
Awesome, awesome. And as Sangeeta mentioned, like I have some follow-up question to Ish here. So, what are some ways which helped you to boost engagement in the community? Like we go for different events to get that to go to, I mean, to know more about the people. Like, how do
Yeah.
you get that energy?
Yeah, so a large part of our community programs are dedicated to growth programs. What that means is not just the growth of the community, but growth of individual community members.
Right.
So we understand where they are and uh, plan different initiatives. For example, one of the initiatives which I'm currently working on is 14 days learning challenge, where where they commit to learning a new skill for 14
Mhm.
days, and not spending more than an hour every day. They're making little progress every day, which adds up to big results. That's exactly is our tagline of that initiative. And yeah, so that and it's not just that they are committing to something, but they are being part of a cohort, a small community of like-minded individuals who are on the same journey as them. And they connect, they make connections which stay with them for a long time. And then the kind of impact which we have seen, many people have not only got new jobs, but they have started new projects, and so on. From non-tech, they have become a developer. From business analyst to a app developer, kind of journeys. So that is one, like how we can. I think to answer your question, uh, learning initiatives are a great way
Right.
to boost engagement. Other than that is to do regular, or I would say impromptu, networking mixers, where there is a term which is very popular these days called unconference, where it's not, agenda is not planned yet. There is a time, there is a, I would say, loosely planned agenda where people can come, and based on kind of people there are in the event, you decide what you are going to talk about. And yeah, which allows people to just learn and express or share what they prefer. Ask me anything sessions are pretty good, where we invite some really experienced people from the community or from the company to share what they work on. They are a great way to engage our audience. Lastly, I would say uh, a a lot of community members where they fail in as I started with the journey question in the last one, is understanding what community members want. So from time to time, trying to have surveys within our community really helps us, trying to find what is is something which they are looking for, because they might have joined the community 3 months back and their needs might have changed. Now they are looking for something else, and then how we can provide, or shape our programs in a way that no one is left behind. That is really important. To end, I would say, um, uh, for community professionals just as ours, just having casual one-on-one setup with individual community members, it really helps us understand, but also makes them feel valuable, that we are taking time to understand their story. And then when those members end up joining the events, which they do because now they feel much more motivated, we call out to them, and then we ask them to share their story, which we have figured out in our one-on-one, and we ask them to share with the larger community. That really helps other people understand that they are being heard, they are not just part of the crowd. And yeah, so these are some ways which can help us to engage our community in a much better way.
Exactly. I accept that, like learning and networking are the two important aspects which we need.
Correct.
All right. Okay. So I have a question for Ankita. Like, how can a collaboration help the community grow?
Yeah, so like I think all of us know that like this market which we are working on, or the startup culture we are working on, I think it's changing very rapidly in a fast-paced environment. So in this collaboration in communities or with organizations help us a lot. Maybe with sometimes with very few resources we achieve a lot of growth, so that also helps. So for example, in my experience, I have seen, for example, if I give you an example, like alone, if you're collaborating with a company and you're getting 500 people on the event, but if you're collaborating with an organization for a space event or for some kind of other collaboration within the community, then maybe you're able to target 700 or 800 people. It happens that like not everyone will be helping you out from the a sphere of the collaborator, but some people will be definitely there whom you can reach out and share about your product. This helps the market and you as a company to also grow. So as per my experiences, with organizations or different kinds of communities, it just not helps us in branding, but it also reduces the cost of any kind of event which you are doing offline or online. And not just this, it helps you grow your community. And I have seen myself learning, and learning from other communities and other organizations, that how they are growing their business. So that's, I think, the power of collaboration when we talk about with anyone. Plus it's kind of mutual, you are benefiting from other organization or community, and they are also having some kind of benefit, so it's good for both
Right.
of you. And that is why people nowadays are collaborating more to grow their communities across the globe. So yeah, that's how I feel that a collaboration can really be helpful for the communities to grow.
Amazing. Amazing, Ankita. And I have one last question for Priyal. Like, Priyal, is a general question. So, in what ways did community building help you personally and professionally?
Okay, so like community helped me personally, like to improve like your self confidence, growth, and to the like how you other skills like you are doing generally, like in personally, like you are promoting something and marketing something. Like as a developer we don't know about such thing because we are only in software engineering coding things such like that, so we don't know what like marketing promotions and other stuff, because their part is like on more major professionally low by the management team. So that thing is also I learned. And apart from in professionally I learned various skill like Vue.js. I don't know about it. Like in 2020 I learned
I
about
know.
Vue.js from the website IWD India itself. So that's a huge thing for me.
Okay, to
And
mention this over here, so Priyal and Bridge are the ones like who developed our website. Like not only this thing, the previous website as well.
yeah, I wanted to thank him for like nurturing my skills, not me and other persons as well. So there is nothing like that. So yeah, as a GD, what his task is to nurture the other persons and let them grow.
Right.
So what he did. And apart from that, like this, there is nothing like the community also helped us in professionally as well to build the networks like in events and meetup. Currently in COVID, so it get much disturbed. So but in physical events we get new people, and in online events also, like in meeting other organizations, other folks, those who are senior to me, and it is a great and gesture for me to learn and growth. And apart from that, yeah, it just I'm happy like what I'm doing. And there is nothing like everything is perfect for me and going, it's like smooth. So there is nothing which I'm finding like any mistakes or anything. Like what I am doing is I'm satisfied with that.
Amazing. Thank you, everyone, like for letting us know about your opinions and for answering our questions. And the most common point that brought us together today over here is that the passion and the love we had towards the communities. And I'm pretty much sure that gives us enough courage to drive and bring more people together. And I wish a lot of success and happiness to all of you. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Bye bye.
Such an amazing panel discussion it was. It was a cherishing experience to hear the stories of these community leaders and how communities have helped them grow in their personal and professional journeys. Well, friends, it's time for our closing note, and we have Manoranjan with us, who is a program manager at Google. Over to you, Manu.
Hi everybody. I hope all of you are doing well. And I would like to first of all, thank you for attending this the Women Technical Summit over the period of 2 days, and also understanding the fact that it was a weekend and you spared your time. So thank you very much. A couple of things I would like to highlight uh, while we close this. I won't take a lot of your time, maybe 5 minutes or so. What's on my mind? I just want to speak it out. The first thing is make sure you are inclusive. So a lot of times we get this question, what does diversity mean? So you need to define what does diversity mean to you. For me, diversity not only means or is limited to gender, but it's also socio-economic diversity. It's also cultural diversity. So make sure whenever you are doing your events, whenever you are doing interesting discussions, or whenever you are planning to do something really amazing, maybe it could be working on a very simple project. If you are starting your first steps, or you're putting your first steps in the world of tech, it could be simply be, when you're making your first app, make sure you are inclusive about that, because you might be somebody who is intelligent and know all the stuff, but you will have somebody on your team who is just getting started. So when you take care of these small things also, it means that you are considerate about diversity in your team. Second question, the second thought on my mind I have right now is towards all the women who are attending this conference, or attended this conference yesterday and today, and also who would be attending the Women Tech Makers Day conference or events, which all of our WTM or GDG chapters would be doing or have already done. Is uh, it's time to get out. And share what's on there on your mind. I know it would be difficult in the beginning, but you need to take the first step, right? And there are amazing allies over there who are there to help you with that. Uh, Talk to your Women Techmaker ambassador for your chapter if you feel that you are not ready. If you have a question, so we have also observed that people usually don't get out and ask the question, considering what if the other person thinks about. So I would say it's all right, and it's okay to fail, uh, or it's okay to be, you don't really have to think about what other person is saying, because when you do these things, when you're not reserving yourself, uh, you will be on the, like the fast route of success. So if you have 10 questions, it's okay to ask 10 questions within a span of every 10 seconds. Nobody's going to say anything about it, or even if something says, it's all right, like you don't really have to care about it. It's okay to speak out whenever you are attending these events, because this is your time to get yourself noticed. This is your time to get yourself highlighted in the world out there. And like it said, like the person who is outspoken is the one who is considered more or heard more. So start your journey towards that thing. It could be the first step, where you are asking the first question. And once you're ready, also I would suggest, be a speaker. If you know that, uh, or if you're very much confident that I would like to take a session on Android, uh, talk to your Women Technical ambassador if they are planning sessions around that, and try to attend those conferences or also deliver those conferences. There are ambassadors who were similar to what you are at this stage, and are now doing amazing things in your life. So talk to them about their journey. Also, I would encourage the ambassadors that, very frequently, very now and then, you should talk about your journey. It always inspires people. It always, encourages them that it's time to step out and, share what's on their mind. So yeah, these are the two things that were there on top of my mind that I wanted to share. And being considered that it's Sunday evening and you might have other plans, so I'm going to stop it over here. Also, before I stop, I would like to thank all of the ambassadors and all the organizers of GDJ chapters who have put their time making this event a great success. Uh, Also, people who planned out offline events that have already been concluded, or the offline events which are about to get concluded or are planning to happen in the future. Thank you. I hope it's a year where we come back after 2 years of COVID, where our community spirit gets back. And, we get back to again that hastened pace of learning new things and creating new things and sharing with the world. Also, I would be happy to hear stories from you of what are the amazing things that you are doing. And the best way would be to reach out to me on Twitter. My Twitter address is _Manoranjan P. If you are somebody who would also want to talk about things in general, feel free to DM me. I would be happy to chat with you. Also, I'm trying to attend a couple of Women Techmaker IWD events, which are supposed to happen. So, in case if you are going to attend one of them, I'll be happy to chat. Looking forward to hear more of your stories, the amazing stuff that you are doing, and keep doing what you are doing. Nothing is small. Uh, Everything is big, actually. So, yeah, I would just stop it over here.
Thank you, Manu, for joining us and for inspiring us all, and also for inspiring first time speakers to deliver their first talk. I would like all of you to let us know your feedback about the event from the link mentioned on the screen. And also reach out to your nearest GDGs and WTM chapters. The link is on your screen. You'll be able to check that. People, can you quickly fill your responses into the feedback form? We are waiting on your responses here. Vandana, there is a slight technical glitch from your side. Can you unmute your mic, please? Yes,
Yeah,
perfect.
yeah. Yes, and everyone just reach out to our nearest GDG or WTM chapter by going to the links below. Well, it's time to say goodbye, and it's always harder to say goodbyes, but we have to do that. And firstly, thank you everyone for joining us on this Sunday evening by making the event successful. And we really hope you enjoyed all the sessions. And firstly, we wanted to thank to all our team members like who made this event very successful by contributing a lot, even in your tight schedules. And we really know that it would not be possible without you people.
Right, Vandana. A big shout out to our website team, social media team, speaker and content delivery team, and design team. Thank you for contributing your best in making this event a success. And special thanks to our partner communities, ADP List, Crowdsourced by Google, Flutter Surat, Rahi, Women in Tech Collectives for collaborating with us. Last but not least, special thanks to Shilpa and Prasad of Google Devrel team for supporting us constantly throughout the journey.
Yes, last but not least again. So thank you, Rich, Karthik, and then Debbie for a streaming process. Like it's so smooth over here. Like the event which we are seeing right now, it's all because of you who are there on the back end and supporting us continuously. And yes, hope we see you again soon. Till then, stay tuned and stay safe. And with that, it's me, Vandana, signing off.
And it's me, Punita Ujha, signing off. And remember, it's progress, not perfection.
Thank you.
Cool. Bye bye. Bye bye, people.